Clerk has confirmed the roll, and we do have a quorum this evening. So the first items on the agenda are the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Powers. If you could please all join and stand me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the invocation by Supervisor Powers.
Creator of all things, as we come to work tonight for the benefit of the residents of Winnebago County, we're aware of the death and destruction happening in Eastern Europe. Turn evil hearts to good, give us compassion for all involved, and bring us to a time where all races and lives can live in harmony. Amen.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next item on the agenda is a motion to adopt this evening's agenda. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Albrecht.
I move to adopt this evening's agenda.
There's a motion and a second to adopt this evening's agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to the next item, and that's the time during each meeting in which we give an opportunity from the public for anyone to speak for any item on the agenda this evening or any item under county jurisdiction. First, we'll go to the public in person, and then we'll go to Zoom. Is there anyone from the public in person tonight who wishes to speak? If so, please go ahead and step to one of the microphones and state your name and address for the record, please. Is there anyone from the public? Please, sir. And if you could state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Connie Hanson, and I am at 2213 South Maple Crest. My name is Connie Hanson. It's in Fox Crossing. I spoke a couple of months ago on the Diversity Affairs Commission, and unfortunately, I think my concerns remain the same from what I said last time. I said that I don't believe there was any clear definitions in the bylaws that are still, even with last month's revisions, addressed in. And I listened very intently to what was said at the last meeting from the representatives and the public. I thought, and I may have misunderstood, that the statement we support, and this is in, my apologies, in Article 2, Section 1, I thought that the statement we support justice, equity, and compassion in human relations was going to be struck because that is a direct quote from a religious organization. I apologize if I misunderstood that. I do think it should be struck. And as a result of listening so closely to the last meeting, and I apologize for reading my comments so that I can keep them brief. I looked up and researched what other government entities were doing, businesses and schools, and unfortunately, what I've seen is a lot of what other commissions, or what this commission has done, is some cut and paste from other templates. And while that's good, often these commissions can be confusing and very often contraindicated. And I refer to Newsweek article, February 23rd of 2021. It states that these commissions, unfortunately, have become binary and punitive. And I don't think that that's what's supposed to be happening here. This article states that it has become a billion-dollar industry, which is what I heard addressed at the last commission. And as a result of many of these things becoming punitive, there are now lawsuits being filed all across the country of people that are falsely accused of or being labeled of anything on either side. I also went to go talk with, without exaggeration, I did at least 40 articles, 50 hours of YouTube videos, and 40 people in Winnebago County. And I was disturbed at some of the things that I heard. For example, one person, who I guess you could call a person of color, when I asked specifically about this committee, said, "I'm not black enough." So that lead me to do some digging, and I'm wondering if there was, say, like a Candace Owens on the commission, Dr. Carol Swain, a Winsome Sears, a Byron Donalds, a Brandon Tatum, Rachel Campos Duffy of even Wisconsin, Marco Rubio, Sarah Carter, and I could go on with dozens of other names. If they were on the committee, would that same thing be said when the very own articles say we want to treat everyone with respect? I think the definitions need to be included. Please refer to December 13, 2018, Vitana, that's VITTANA.org. These commissions have fostered and diminished communications that results in the decrease of trust and fostering a more hostile environment. After these commissions were done, employees and organizations were secretly polled, and they said there is now more division than there was before these committees were put into place. And as recently as February 20th of 2022, the AP, unlikely source I thought, I really thought I would see something from, say, Christopher Rufo or Molly Hemingway, authors like that, but no, AP picked up this. Colorado has walked back this commission. The author of the commission said that there are now blurred lines between these commissions and CRT. Whether that's the intent or not, I have no idea. That's what's being perceived. Penn Ridge, Pennsylvania, put their commission on hold. Arlington, Virginia, walked it back, calling it a Trojan horse. South Lake, Texas, repealed it. Clayton County, Georgia, dismissed its original transcript. Please refer to avtar.com, October 11th, 2021. The article is entitled, and I'll spare you since my time is short, "When DEI Fails" is the title of the article. Forbes, June 29th, 2020, why it fails. The Diversity Journal, something that you would expect an article like this, February 26, 2019, why diversity, equity, and inclusions struggle in the corporate America. Last of all, New York Times, August 11th, 2021. There are answers out there. People are coming up with them. Because of these very concerns, that religious statement, I asked that this board please table this commission for now until clear definitions, rules, regulations can be defined before it gets to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments, sir. Is there anyone from the public in person who wishes to speak this evening? Please, sir, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Timothy Jacobson. My address is 1379 Tuller Road, Neenah.
Thank you.
I am here today to speak, to ask you guys to pass resolution item number 302-032022. I work for Oshkosh Defense. I am a bargaining committee member with United Auto Workers. The Oshkosh Defense was awarded a contract to build postal vehicles, 165,000 postal vehicles. We believe that they were awarded that contract on the backs of our workers, on the backs of our union membership. That was announced last year in February. In June, the company decided that they were going to move that work to South Carolina. I want to thank the county. In 2011, you guys stood up for the company and the workers and helped us build an E-coat facility, which is located on Oregon Street. Those tax incentives ran, I believe, through 2020, and it helped a lot of people be gainfully employed here in Winnebago County. With the purchase of the facility down in Spartanburg, South Carolina, they are putting in another E-coat facility because they say ours isn't big enough. I believe ours can be retrofitted here in town so that it can work. These 1,000 jobs would be big for the city and big for the county. So I just ask that you pass this resolution that Oshkosh Defense use its facilities here in Oshkosh and in Winnebago County.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public in person this evening? Please, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Okay. My name is Sarah Nelson, and I live at 1005 John Moore Drive here in Oshkosh. John Moore Drive is located west of Oakwood on the border of the new Linden Oaks Pocket community being built by Evergreen. I was encouraged, along with my neighbors, to come and speak here tonight after our neighbor had reached out to Andy Buck for assistance with our concerns about this community. To preface this, those in the neighborhood on John Moore Drive understand that Evergreen has the right to use their property as they see fit, and we are happy that there are homes being built for senior citizens to rent to ease the burden of having to care for a home as they age. Since this project began, we have met several times with the president of Evergreen to discuss our concerns regarding safety, privacy, lighting, and drainage as it relates to the changes that are being made on their property. We recently met with city officials to discuss these concerns as well. With the layout of this pocket community, those that live on John Moore Drive now have 2 front yards. The road that was constructed is inches away from our property lines, and the road itself is raised up several feet higher than our backyards. As a mother of 2 small children, and as a friend to others in the neighborhood with young children, it is concerning that this roadway was built at such a contrasting height to our yards and within inches of where our children play. Currently, the only thing that is keeping a car from leaving this roadway and driving into our yards is a 6-inch curb. Additionally, while this possibility may be remote, with the emerging concerns of the increased amounts of human trafficking occurring, having a roadway built so close to our backyards leaves no place for our children to play without worry of a vehicle pulling up to our yard and snatching a child right out of our yards. We have asked for additional safety measures from Evergreen, as the layout they have chosen creates a hazardous play environment for children that essentially no longer allows me even time to run into my house while my children play to grab a snack or a drink of water, for fear of them being kidnapped or hit by a car while I run into my house. Evergreen has swiftly dismissed our concerns, thus our meeting with city officials and now my appearance here. In order to feel safe, we have asked for speed bumps, speed limits with signs alerting motorists of children being at play, physical barriers to keep cars from leaving the roadway, and a tall privacy fence to minimize access for potential kidnappers for taking our children out of our yards. Aside from these safety concerns, the lights that have been placed in the streets in the community are facing our property, not facing inwards towards the Evergreen community, thus causing constant light to be shining in our windows. The street lights that have been put up are LED, so they are very bright in contrast to the soft yellow lights that line the streets in our front yards. Aside from street lights, car headlights for motorists traveling in the neighborhood will be shining directly into our homes, and in some instances, right into bedroom windows. I have also had people drive on the roadway and wave to me while I'm standing inside my kitchen, inside my home. We have no privacy and nowhere to get away from the bright lights of a city. Typically, a backyard would provide this, but this has been taken away from us by design. Lastly, there has been a concern with increased water drainage onto our properties, with the development raising the grade of their land up over 4 feet higher than our property in some areas. Several neighbors, including myself, have had excess amounts of standing water in our lawns and flooding basements. We understand that Evergreen is constructing this community following approval by the city of Oshkosh, and we have been repeatedly told that everything is up to code. However, these codes have failed to consider safety, privacy, lighting, and drainage concerns as it relates to the properties around the development. The city of Oshkosh has failed the children in our neighborhood by allowing this property to be developed in such an unsafe manner. I'm standing here today to ask for some assistance in rectifying this situation and making it right in order to provide safety for our children and quality of life for the people that live in my neighborhood. I'm happy to provide pictures that will illustrate what I've been discussing, and my contact information for anybody who would like to come see this for themselves. I'm happy to host any county officials in my home to come and see it, this devastating development up in person, because it doesn't really do justice until you're standing in our backyards looking at it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public in person who wishes to speak this evening? Please, sir, if you could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Robert Link. I live at 3100 Almero Road here in Oshkosh.
Thank you.
I'm here asking for your support, and I support the resolution for the production of the next generation delivery vehicle for the United States Postal Service to be done here in Oshkosh. I am the president of Local 578 here in Oshkosh. I work for Oshkosh Defense. So we've been under a big fight here trying to get this work relocated back here to Oshkosh where it belongs. I believe it was awarded to our workers here, Oshkosh Defense, that's us, and the community. So it's not here, I'm not just here about the workers. You know, we come from 14 counties. We have a lot of people that live here in the county and the city. So that's a lot of tax dollars here spent of our monies here in this municipality. That moving this work, I think, is outrageous. That we can do this here. They say they didn't have a big enough building. The building that they are retrofitting right now is not a need, it was just a want. They're gonna build everything under one roof. For years, we've been here, Local 578 has been here for 84 years at Oshkosh Defense. We built that reputation. And all the monies that our county, and me being a taxpayer and everybody here, gave to keep that work and bring work here to the global headquarters, tax dollars spent on that building. So that building's gonna probably stay here. But I can tell you in the last 10 years, we went from 3,100 plus employees. A couple weeks ago, we held a rally. I was at 1624. Today, I'm at 1590, and it's dropping daily. People are quitting. People are getting fired. People don't know what their security is anymore. We were a secure workforce here. We have a JLTV2 contract. We need that contract here in Oshkosh. We don't know if we have it. That September timeframe. That's 70% of our business. You know, they're taking 1,000 jobs. We've already lost over 1,000 jobs. We lost 1,500 jobs. In this last 14 months, we lost 500 of them. We need those jobs here. We can build it here. By saying that we can't is not, to me, factual. We used to build 70 plus trucks a day here in Oshkosh in 9 facilities. Today we build less than 25. Our JLTV at Harrison Street is building 20. Our south plant, that is our biggest building, is 1 shift now. Building, if we're lucky, 5 a day. The people aren't working 40 hours a week. So to hear that we can't have employees, we don't need work here. We need work here in Oshkosh. We need it in the community, the Fox Valley. So I'm here to support this. Oshkosh is wrong. It's time to step up and do the right thing and give back to the community and the workers that built this company. And that's all of us here right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments this evening. Is there anyone else in person from the public who wishes to speak this evening? Please, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Catherine O'Brien, live at 732 Reed Street in Winnebago, Wisconsin. I am here to mention the resolution 268-012022, approval of the diversity fair bylaws and strategic plan. I myself have been a part of this committee before it was actually attempting to be a committee.
We can't hear.
I'm sorry.
We can't.
Do you need me to start over?
If you could, I apologize.
Okay.
That was my fault for not having it on for you.
No worries. My name is Catherine Nolarius. I live at 732 Reed Street in Neenah, City of Neenah. I am here to talk about resolution number 268-012022, approval of diversity affairs bylaw and strategic plan. So I myself have been part of the committee since before it was a committee or trying to be a committee. I just want to say that the committee has put in a ton of effort to make this happen. Not only that, I am a part of this community and have been a part of this community for a long time. I'm someone who struggles with an invisible disability as well as part of a multicultural household. This is for my children. This is for all the people in the community who are underrepresented. The committee has taken a long time to get the wording correct on this, and we're really not looking for equality in the community. We're not looking for sameness, we're looking for fairness.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public in person who wishes to speak this evening? Is there anyone else from the public in person who wishes to speak this evening? I'll ask one last time, is there anyone from the public in person who wishes to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to those individuals on Zoom with us this evening. I see one hand up, and just for anyone from the public who is on Zoom, if you just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand, I'll go ahead and call on you in succession. So first, I'll call on Teresa Garrett. Please go ahead, Teresa Garrett.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, Teresa Garrett. I currently reside at 1363 Lamar Avenue.
Thank you.
And tonight, go ahead. Tonight I am calling in virtually to implore you to have thoughtful consideration when voting on the approval of the strategic plan and bylaws for the Diversity Affairs Committee. The reason why I think it's important that we approve it is that I currently reside in this community and have resided here for over 30 years, and there's been significant progress made. It's a beautiful place to live, and I think that this commission can only strengthen that. As a member, I definitely feel like we have taken all of the advice and all of that into consideration. We've made a lot of changes. We're trying to make sure that everyone is represented and everyone feels heard. I understand that there may be a feeling out there that this community is 100% welcoming, 100% inclusive, 100% accepting, and that's just truly not the case. I don't think that we are in any way trying to divide. Our goal is really to unify. Our goal is really to give voices that aren't heard an opportunity to be heard. And also, I think, to provide educational opportunities. I feel like so far what we've done has been well received, and that's evidenced by the month-over-month increase in attendance and survey utilization. So I really just implore you guys to have thoughtful consideration, look at the work that's been done, how many times that we've brought things back with corrections, in a goal of just continuing to see progress in the community in which we live. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, I'll call on Jennifer Kosar. Jennifer Kosar, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ramos. Jennifer Kosar, 5872 Harbor South Drive in Winnebago. I would like to speak tonight regarding the Resolution 268, Approved Diversity Affairs Bylaws and Strategic Plan. I sent the board through email a couple articles earlier this week. I know that there are some board members who don't have email addresses, so I'm going to use some of what's in those articles tonight in my speech. The first article is from the Federalist, and it's from March 8th of 2022. The title is Wisconsin School District, Parents Are Not Entitled to Know If Their Kids Are Trans. The article says, and I'm not going to read the whole article, just a few parts. It says, parents are not entitled to know their kids' gender identity, according to a recent training session in Wisconsin's Eau Claire area school district. Empower Wisconsin obtained a copy of a training slide from a late February staff development session. The 2021 to 2022 equity session on safe spaces reminds teachers that parents are not entitled to know their kids' identities. That knowledge must be earned. The lesson that teachers know better than parents about what is best for their kids is not sitting well with some community members. The district's training session is also legally suspect. a district court in 2020 issued a partial injunction against Madison Metropolitan School District's policy, allowing children of any age to transition to a different gender identity at school without parental consent. The full case is now before the Wisconsin Supreme Court. The Eau Claire Area School District Superintendent Michael Johnson has issued a statement to Empower Wisconsin, asserting that the district is upholding its responsibility to maintain an educational environment that is, quote, equitable, safe, and inclusive for all students. Please notice the words in those sentences, equitable and inclusive. More from the article. The latest training session sends 3 very dangerous messages to parents and the wider community, the candidates assert. These are school board candidates. Number 1, schools are not in control of children. Schools are in control of children, not parents and families. Number 2, current leadership is willing to pit teachers against parents. And number 3, what goes on in the walls of the Eau Claire Area School District is privileged information. So why is this article important? The Diversity Affairs Commission strategic plan specifically states, quote, focus on youth. Is this the type of thing we want going on in the schools in Winnebago County? What's going on in Eau Claire, in Wisconsin already? The second article is from the Lutheran Center for Religious Liberty. It's from March 11th, 2022. The title is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity, New Trinity Driven by 2 Destructive Ideologies. This new trinity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is embraced by almost every major institution in our common life. As a new religion, it often promotes an orthodoxy that cannot be challenged without serious consequences. Blasphemy against its tenets and taboos can be lethal to anyone caught violating them. We have seen many examples of heretics being, quote, canceled by its fearsome enforcers. Like many religious movements, the new Trinity's surface aims seem constructive and benign. Indeed, many people look upon them as helpful movements to advance the causes of minorities in American life. They see them as extensions of the affirmative action strategies we have used during the last 40 years. This is a soft exercise of the new Trinity. But in other instances, the new Trinity has been weaponized by 2 ideologies that are intent on driving out crucial anthropological elements of the Judeo-Christian tradition. People are now catching a whiff of the dark side of their more strident applications. From one direction, a crude racialism informed by critical racial theory assigns indelible characteristics to racial groups. White people are defined by whiteness, white privilege, and unconscious bias. Black people by hapless victimhood. What about the rising number of mixed race people? Is Obama white or black, an oppressor or a victim? The former, whites, are the oppressors, the latter, blacks, are the oppressed. What better way to set races against each other than by such coarse racialism? From another direction comes an illusionary claim of radical sexual plasticity informed by gender ideology that asserts that there are no biological bases for sexual identity and morality. Persons define themselves by their inner sense of identity and impose that upon their bodies and their sexual behavior. Everyone has to agree with their self-definitions and subsequent behaviors. Indeed, they have to embrace them. Sexual behavior, guided only by the fuzzy notion of consent, is fully deregulated. So why is this article important? Because it shows how DEI promotes racism, which is a serious factor, it shows how DEI promotes racism, and it's also a serious factor in the current cultural and moral breakdown of our society. I have one more thing to share with you tonight. This week in Washington County, Wisconsin, a local political candidate went door to door handing out information for their campaign. A resident whose door they knocked on proceeded to write them a hateful letter. Why? Simply because they do not support CRT, which is critical race theory, and SEL, which is social emotional learning. They called the political candidate, quote, a racist, repulsive, self-centered, and willfully stupid simply because they did not support these things. Does this sound like unity? Does this sound like inclusivity? No. This is DEI. The DEI, CRT, and SEL are creating division and promoting racism. And CRT is a topic that has been discussed at more than one DAC event. This is not what we need in our community, and this is not what our tax dollars should be paying for. We should not be paying for this type of commission or this type of programming. I ask that you please vote no to Resolution 268 to approve the Diversity Affairs Bylaws and Strategic Plan. Please vote no. And I actually ask that you do more than that. I ask that you dissolve this commission completely, because we do need unity in our county, not division, and that is what this creates. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, I'll call on Katie Campbell. If you could please state your name and address for the records, please. Katie Campbell?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
All right, thank you. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm also commenting on Resolution 268-012022 regarding the Diversity Affairs Commission bylaws. I just want to preface by saying this. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. I understand that our nation, the world is becoming more diverse, and I agree that we need to allow everyone a voice and listen to everybody's perspective, and that one person does not have all the answers. Last week's testimony of the girl in high school was heart-wrenching for me. I could actually relate to her, as I was bullied in school and suffered a sexual assault. But I'm not after people here, I'm after ideas. And when ideas don't seem right or don't make sense or are not logical, I have to speak up and out against them. Many of you have obviously seen the image that shows equity versus equality, typically the one where there's people standing on, trying to watch a baseball game or trying to reach for apples from an apple tree, and how it shows equality, making it seem like that's fair, but it's really not, because certain people can reach the apples or see the game and certain people can't. And then the image next to it is obviously showing how equity is the right way to go, because everyone can see the game or reach the apples. But what is interesting to me about those side-by-side images is how, not necessarily the outcome, and I think we're so focused on the outcome, the fact that, oh yay, everyone can see the game. Oh yay, everyone can get the apples. But what is interesting is that there's clearly a redistribution of the platforms that the people are standing on to reach the apples to see the game. And clearly someone is being decreased. In the Waking Up White presentation, the first Diversity Affairs Commission presentation, the author of that video comes out and says it point blank. She says, as a white woman, my mission is to participate in the redistribution of material resources and psychological comforts white people have hoarded for centuries. Clearly, equity and fairness is being defined as forced sacrifice, or the success of equity is forced decrease. My question for all of you county board members is, what parts of Winnebago County or groups of people or businesses need to decrease in order to achieve this ideal fairness? 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 In order to achieve this ideal everyone should be asking if that is even okay, and if that will actually cause success. How will forced decrease bring people together? And how does that resolve oppression? Will it break the cycle of us being in boxes? Will it break the cycle of who the oppressed is and who the oppressor is? And will it enrich a culture or a community? In the dark side of diversity politics, a study was done in 2016. An analysis of over 700 US companies found that implementing DEI training programs had little or positive effect. And there was an actual decrease of Black women representation in those corporations. I just ask you, if we really want to tip the tide of this hierarchy of who the oppressed is or who the oppressor is, we are focusing on power, not love nor kindness. Kindness is never wrapped up in forcibly redistribution or forcing people to do something. And that should be a grave concern to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments this evening. I see no other hands on the Zoom call, but I'll ask one more time, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on the Zoom call this evening? If so, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll close that portion of the agenda. We'll move on to the next items, and the next item is correspondence. For that, I'll call on Clerk Ertmer.
Thank you. This evening, the only correspondence you have are the 3 resolutions noted on your agenda. The one from Pepin County to eliminate Badger Care eligibility cliff. Polk counties urging the state elected officials to use expected 2021 to 2023 budget surplus to fund rural fire and ambulance emergency services, and Vilas County requesting the state to revise the current real estate transfer fee revenue sharing formula. Those are all referred to the legislative committee.
Thank you, Clerk Ertmer. Next item is any reports from committees, commissions, and boards. Any reports from any committees, commissions, and boards from any county board member? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next. Oh, please, I apologize. Supervisor Defferding.
This is still functional.
Please go right ahead.
All right. The Wisconsin Counties Association Judicial and Public Safety Steering Committee met in Stevens Point last week. And it was mostly a review of what the big backlog that's going on with the district attorney's office just around the state. We are definitely seeing a huge backlog in many counties, sometimes years worth of backlog of cases because of the COVID pandemic. And so these are things that definitely I think Winnebago County should take a look at going forward is when it comes time to spending those ARPA funds is because, with ARPA that it's designed to directly help out counties that have been impacted from COVID-19, and this is something that certainly does affect pretty much all counties out there. We have a lot of cases that were delayed back and further delayed, and furthermore, we're getting to the point where people are not getting the public defenders that they need for certain cases, and so the judge will just simply appoint a public defender at the county's expense. And so these are things that that we need to think about going forward when it comes to the strategic plan for ARPA funds. So that's primarily what I wanted to report to in regards to that. I'm not sure if I didn't want to steal Vice Chair Egan's thunder here, but we are having a meeting this upcoming Monday at 6:30 at the airport in regards to the Sawyer Creek floodplain map amendment, potential amendment, where the city of Oshkosh will be meeting directly with the farmers impacted from this potential floodplain map amendment. So that's taking place again at the Whitman Airport at 6:30, and it is open for anyone to come and listen.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferty. Any other reports from committees, commissions, and board from any county board supervisor, either in person or on Zoom? Please, Supervisor Konecki.
Now it's on, okay. I'd like to mention that we're having a new dog park. And it's going to be dedicated on May 12th of this year, about a month and a half away. And one person, his final year on the board here, I have to mention this because for 30 years in, and half at that time, he was trying to get a dog park on this side of the county. Finally, it's going to be real nice. They're not quite done with it, but get out there on the May 12th, dedication to Gary Fidge Dog Park. He'll be very happy. I'll be happy for him, and all your dogs will love it.
Thank you, Supervisor Konecki. Much appreciated. Any other reports from committees, commissions, and boards? Seeing none, we'll close that portion. I apologize. Supervisor Fari, please go ahead.
Does it light up or not?
No, it's not lighting up for some reason.
Okay, let me try that. Is that lighting up now?
Go ahead and push it now. No, unfortunately, it's not. I had to turn you back off.
I'll just wave my hand.
But that's okay. What I'll do is, at the end of each different item, I will kind of screen the room and say if there's anyone else, and see if there's any hands up, and then I'll look on Zoom to see if I can catch folks as well. So please go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to announce that the Land Conservation Committee has been made aware of a continuing initiative from EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, the feds, in other words, specific to rules which are called the 404 rule, that would proposal is to regulate waters of the United States. This is a very concerning issue because they would have, if this is passed, they would have authority over the waters of the state of Wisconsin, the waters of Winnebago County, and the waters of all the towns and municipalities within this county. And I want to thank Vice Chair Schneider for bringing that back to our attention. He was at a NACO meeting, and that's where he became aware of it. The Land Conservation Committee will be addressing this on April 7th. We'll get some more information, and depending on the decision of the committee, we will forward something to the county board for disposition, perhaps by resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Are there any other reports from any commissions, and boards? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the agenda. We'll move on to the next item, which is the approval of the proceedings from the March 1st, 2022 board meeting. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the proceedings or the proceedings from the March 1st, 2022 board meeting. Any discussion, changes from anyone in person or on Zoom? Seeing none, we'll then do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, and that's County Executive's report. For that, we have Executive Damo. Please go ahead, Supervisor Damo.
All right, we have a long agenda tonight, and I'm going to be giving a presentation in a little while, so I'm going to keep this very brief. Be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank all of you. I know we've had our ups and downs, and that is probably an understatement. But through the entire process, I have a deep respect for every single one of you. And for those of you that are going to be leaving the board in April, I want to thank you for standing up and serving your people. Whether we agreed or not, it takes a lot of guts to sit in those chairs. It takes a lot of guts to put your name in that hat. And I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for serving. There's a reason why this republic is awesome and the democratic process works well is because you all step up and you try to represent 4,000 people of your own in the county. And I have a great respect for each and one of you for that. And with my promise, that report is over.
Thank you, Executive Damo. Moving on to the next item, that's County Board Chairman's report. So a few things, and then after that, we'll do the presentation of some plaques to a number of county board supervisors. So first, just a couple announcements. So first, there is cake in the back of the room before the entrance, so if at any time you'd like to partake, please certainly feel free to do so. Depending on the length of the meeting, we may also take a break at some point as well to do that. We'll see how long it goes, or certainly if there's a county board supervisor who at any point wishes to do that, certainly you can always entertain that motion as well. But please know that it's in the back of the room, and please feel free to partake. And certainly thank you for the county clerk's office for their organization of that. Our county clerk baked it herself. Couple of other announcements. One, I just wanted to make sure individuals knew that we have a county scholarship program. And actually, that scholarship application is ongoing right now. So those applications for any graduating senior right now can be submitted to the county clerk's office. You can find information on the county website. But the due date is March 31st. So that's actually a Thursday, so it's the last day of the month. But it's a wonderful program. That actually was the brainchild of one of our supervisors, County Board Supervisor Finch, many years ago. And it's to promote good citizenship and awareness and understanding of county government. And as a part of it, they have to write an essay, and a number of you in the room have read these essays. And frankly, over the years, when you read them, they're quite inspiring. But the topic is, if I were to run for any Winnebago County office, which position would I run for and why? So I encourage you all, if you know a graduating senior, to encourage them to consider applying for one of the county scholarships. There are 9 granted each year for $1,000, and certainly we want to avail that of all our graduating seniors. So just wanted to make sure that everyone knew of that. Once again, if you go to the website, you can find it, or you can call the county clerk's office, and they'll be able to direct you to the paperwork as well. And then also wanted to make sure individuals knew that I received a couple of documents recently from a couple of municipalities in the county, and I just wanted to make you aware of that. So the city of Neenah, as well as the village of Fox Crossing, recently passed resolutions encouraging a number of different governmental jurisdictions, including the county, to take a look at and encourage to improve particularly the intersection at Highway 76 and Larson Road. So I'll give these to the county clerk and just ask her to scan them and make sure all of you see them. But I wanted to make you aware of that because just received that, frankly, just over the last couple of weeks from both of those municipalities. Encouraging particularly because if some of you don't know, there will be a new Neenah School District High School built in that area as well in an upcoming year or so. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of those resolutions because they were forwarded to me and I wanted to make sure I shared them with everyone here. And then I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that the next meeting, as scheduled, would be the organizational meeting for the new board, which effectively means this would be the last meeting of the board, the current term. Now, there's a possibility things can come up, so I don't want to tell you. There's actually 5 weeks between this board meeting and that organizational meeting. So things could come up, so I don't want to say definitively, but right now this is the last scheduled meeting for this term. So I want to make you all aware the next meeting then would be, as scheduled, April 19th. That would be the organizational meeting for the new board. As you know, over the years, last couple of years, we've had different formats. We've had Zoom only. We've had hybrid Zoom and in person. But based on the circumstances where they are now, since technically, even though I will not be part of that board, I will actually be the one authorizing that agenda nonetheless. I wanted to let folks know that the intent of that one would be the first in-person only one in, frankly, 2 years. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. Now, if things change over the next 5 weeks, obviously we'd take that in consideration, and that could change. But I always like to tell you the intent. and at least the plan going forward. And at least the intent would be the goal that that organizational one would be in person. So just making you all aware of that in advance. And with that, I'll save a couple comments after the presentation of the plaques. So we'll move to the next item then. And that's presentation of plaques for County Board Supervisor. So I'm going to go ahead and step to the lectern, just make a few comments in regards to that, and then we certainly want to recognize a number of individuals this evening. So our county executive, Damo, he referenced that, and I just kind of referenced that this is the last meeting of the official 2-year term for this entire board. But as many of you know, all of you on the county board and many of the public know, there are a number of county board supervisors who will officially be retiring from county board service, essentially after this meeting, or at least at the end of this term. And so we wanted to recognize them tonight. There's actually 13 individuals on our current county board who will be retiring, and we want to recognize them. And there are 3 other individuals we also want to recognize who had to resign or one that passed away during the middle of this term. But I was taking a look at the experience, the collective experience of these individuals. And I added up the number of years of service for all 16 of those individuals. And if my math is correct, it's 187 years collectively of county board experience for all 16 of those individuals. And I'll tell you, those individuals also have experience, as many of you well know, on school boards, on city councils, on town boards as well. So their collective local government experience is far more, frankly, than that 187 years. So this county is losing a lot of experience this year, and we want to recognize them for their contribution and for that experience and that dedication tonight for all those years. Now, some of them are here in person, some of them are on Zoom, and some of them may not be able to be with us tonight, but we're going to recognize all 16 of them. And so what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to announce the different individuals. I'm going to give some background information in terms of their experience while with us on the board, and then I'd ask them to come forward and receive their plaque this evening. So the first one is Alyssa Belante. Alyssa Belante was elected in 2020. She served on the board for about 1.5 years and then had to resign because she moved out of the district, so she could no longer represent it. She also served on the Information Systems Committee during her time with the board. Alyssa Belante, are you here this evening? I don't believe she is, but once again, we want to recognize all these people, even if they're not here, and we'll certainly make sure that we get the plaque to her. The next one is Supervisor Mike Brunn. Supervisor Brunn was first appointed in 2017 and then elected thereafter, so therefore he served 5 years on the county board now, including on the Foxcom Fiscal Advisory Board, the Emergency Management Committee as the vice chair, the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, as well as the UW Oshkosh Fox Cities Campus alternate. So with that, I want to present the plaque. Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Brunn, for all your service. Next, we have Supervisor Tom Ellis. Supervisor Ellis was appointed first in 2005 and then has been elected ever since now for 17 years. He represented District 34. Supervisor Ellis has been on a number of committees, including the Board of Health, the Emergency Management Committee, for which he was chair from 2008 to 2011, the Facilities and Property Management Committee, the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, for which he was vice chair, the Legislative Committee, the Amarillo Library Board, for which he was president, and the Parkview Health Center Committee, for which he has been chair since 2012. Supervisor Ellis, thank you for serving. Next, we have Supervisor Jerry Finch, and I know he's on Zoom tonight. So Supervisor Finch actually was first elected in 1992, which means he has served on this board now for 30 years, representing the District 28. Supervisor Finch has served on the Human Services Board most recently and the Information Systems Committee. Over the years, he's also served on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, the Tri-County Recreation Association Board of Directors, the Parks and Recreation Committee, for which he was chair for 11 years, the Awards Group, for which he was chair, the Scholarship Committee, for which he was chair for 5 years, the Legislative Committee, for which he was vice chair, Solid Waste Management Board, as well as the WCA Organization and Personnel Committee and the WCA Taxation and Finance Committee. I know he's not here tonight, but Supervisor Finch, nonetheless, thank you very much for your service to the county. We'll certainly make sure we get it to you, Supervisor Finch. So thank you. Next, we have Supervisor Ben Joas. Supervisor Joas was elected in 2018, so he has now served on the board for the past 4 years. He represents District 36. Supervisor Joas has served on the Land Conservation Committee during his 4-year term, as well as all 4 years on the Planning and Zoning Committee. And with that, I want to present your plaque, and thank you for it. Next, we have Supervisor Tom Konetsky. Supervisor Konetsky represents District 1 and was first elected in 2008, so that means he's served now on this board for 14 years. His service on committees have included Aviation Committee, for which he's been the secretary, the Legislative Committee, and the Parks and Recreation Committee, for which he has been chair for the approximate past 2 years. He also served as the vice chair for 9 years prior to that. And with that, I want to thank you for your service, Supervisor Konetsky. Thank you. Next, we have Supervisor Kevin Conrad, who has represented District 14. He was first appointed in 2019. I can still remember the conversations with him beforehand. He has now served on this board for 3 years. During that time, he has served on the Information Systems Committee. He also served as the vice chair of the Information Systems Committee and also served on the Solid Waste Management Board. With that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Supervisor Larry Lautenschlager, who once again I know is on our Zoom call this evening. Supervisor Lautenschlager was first elected in 2012, which means he served for the past 10 years on this board. He has served on various committees over the years, including the Advocac Board of Directors, the Aviation Committee, for which he's been vice chair, the Fox Valley Workforce Development Board, the Human Services Board, for which he's been chair, as well as vice chair, the Lakeland Long-Term Care District Board, the Legislative Committee, the Oshkosh Public Library Board of Trustees, the Parks and Recreation Committee, the Parkview Health Center Committee, as well as the WCA Health and Human Services Steering Committee. And with that, I know Supervisor Lautenschlager, you are on. I can see you there. Congratulations and thank you for your service. And make sure you get me with that. Next, we have Supervisor Steve Lenz. Supervisor Lenz was first elected in 2014 and elected ever since for the past 4 years. Supervisor Lenz has served on the Information Systems Committee for all 4 years and served as the chair as well as the vice chair. He has as well served on the Legislative Committee. With that, congratulations and thanks for your service. Next is Supervisor Susan Locke, who has represented District 26. Supervisor Locke was first elected in 2006, which means she has served on this board for 16 years. She's had service on a number of boards and commissions and committees, including the Advocac Board of Directors, the Aging and Disability Resource Center, the Solid Waste Management Board, as well as previously on the Scholarship Committee, for which she was vice chair, Tri-County Recreation Association Board of Directors, the UW Education Extension and Ag Committee, the UW Fox Valley Board of Trustees, and the Land Conservation Committee. I believe Supervisor Locke is also on Zoom this evening, so Supervisor Locke will certainly make sure we get you your plaque. Thank you very much for your service. Next, we have Supervisor Nicole Newhoff. Former Supervisor Newhoff was elected first in 2020, so she served for approximately 1.5 years representing District 8. During that time, she served on the committee Aging and Disability Resource Center, the Human Services Board, as well as the Information Systems Committee. I don't believe she's with us, but we'll absolutely make sure we get her a plaque. So congratulations and thank you, Supervisor. Next, we have Supervisor Joel Rasmussen. Supervisor Rasmussen has represented District 31. He was first elected in 2012, which means he served for the past 10 years. He served on various committees, including the Highway Committee, the Industrial Development Board, the Personnel and Finance Committee, for which he has been chair since 2016 and vice chair prior to that. He's also served on the Aviation Committee, for which he was chair, and the Vice Chair Committee, and the East Wisconsin Counties Railroad Consortium. With that, I want to present the plaque. Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next, we have Supervisor Vicki Shorsey, who has represented District 15, originally appointed in 2017 and re-elected ever since. She's served now for 5 years. She's been on a number of committees, including the Emergency Management Committee, for which most recently she has been the chair, the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, the Legislative Committee, and the Personnel and Finance Committee, for which she served as vice chair. Now, I know she's on Zoom tonight, but congratulations and thank you for your service. Supervisor Shorsey, we'll make sure we get you your plaque. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next, we have Supervisor Tom Snyder, who has represented District 35 ever since his first election back in 2012. He's served now for 10 years. He's had service on a number of committees, including the Land Conservation Committee, for which he has been vice chair, the Legislative Committee, the UW Education Extension and Agriculture Committee, for which he has been the chair, the UW Fox Valley Board of Trustees, UW Oshkosh Fox Cities Campus chair, the Veterans Service Commission, for which he's been vice chair, the WCA Personnel, Finance, and County Organization Steering Committee, the Winnebago Library Board, for which he's been vice chair, and most recently as our National Association NACO chair of the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. And with that, I want to thank you for all that service, Supervisor Schneider. Next, we have former Supervisor Bob Warnke. Supervisor Warnke represented District 21, first being elected in 2004, which meant he served for 17 years until his passing back in August of 2021. He served on a number of committees, including the Aviation Committee, for which he had been chair for 4 years, as well as vice chair, the Highway Committee, for which he had been vice chair, the Industrial Development Board, the Legislative Committee, the Veterans Service Commission, for which he has been chair, the Claims Advisory Committee of the County Mutual, the WCA CAP Committee, for which he had been chair. Prior to that, he had also served on the Land Conservation Committee, the UW Education Extension and Agriculture Committee, and the WCA Steering Committee, Environment and Land Use. And we have his wife, Beth Warnke, here to receive his plaque.
Be his family. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Wonderful for you to be here and wonderful to have your support. Next, we have Supervisor Bill Wingren, who represented District 18, first elected in 1998. He served for 24 years, or he has currently, that means 24 years. He is on the Emergency Management Committee, for which he's been vice chair, the Facilities and Property Management Committee, for which he's been vice chair, the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, for which he has been chair ever since 2012, the Legislative Committee, for which he has been chair, the Parkview Health Center Committee, for which he had previously been chair for 3 years. He also previously was on the Awards Group, the Committee on Committees, as well as the Oshkosh Public Library Board of Trustees. Now, I know Supervisor Wingren is on Zoom, but we certainly want to thank Supervisor Wingren for all those years of service to the county. Congratulations and thank you, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Oh. Skip that one.
There I save best for last, I don't know. But we want to definitely thank this gentleman here. He's been a big part of all of ours. He's been a great chairman throughout these last few years and that. Has led us in some awful strong predicaments and that, but he's done a lot more than that. He's been on the Board of Health and chairman since 2010, committee and chairman of 2018 and 2020. He's been chairman 2018 and 2020, county board chairman 2018 till present, East Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission 2018 till present, Industrial Development Board 2018 till present, Legislative Committee 2010 till present, and Parkview Health Center Committee 2018 to present, and Vice Chair 2010, 2011, Secretary 28, and 2009. We want to thank this gentleman very much for all that he's done for this whole organization and for all that he's done for everything. Shiloh Ramos.
I'll step back to the chair and give a few comments. Well, very good. That was certainly wonderful to do, a celebration of so many individuals and so much of their dedication over the years. I did want to make a few brief comments, but we have a lengthy agenda, so I promise I won't take too long. I know I can have a habit of doing that sometimes, but I'll try to keep it relatively short. But two things I guess I wanted to bring up. Well, first of all, just to make sure everyone's on the knows, back when I announced back in December that I decided not to run for the county board, it was for no other reason than I got a couple boys, one who's getting married soon, one who's graduating, frankly, this year. There's some other stuff that I'm potentially considering doing as well. But I said it before, I said, I'm going to miss this. I love it. I'm not leaving it for any reason than that. I'm not kidding that I've been in the morning for the last 3 months. That is the truth. Local government and county government have been a part of my life, frankly, for 19 years, because before this I was on the Appleton City Council, and then in between this I was also on the City of Neenah Council, as well as during these 16 years. So it's been so much a part of my life, and frankly it's been the only life that my children actually know. So in many ways it's certainly created a lot of the identity that I have today. So I'm truly going to miss it, and who knows, maybe someday I'll be back involved. I'm not leaving. I've told people maybe just stepping away for a while. We'll see what life brings. And if the public decides and I decide at some point in the future, well, we may see each other again. But just a couple other thoughts that I wanted to say. I'll tell you a really quick story, because when I was graduating from my residency in family medicine, actually locally down in Appleton, I had to give a little speech, and then you have to do a little thank yous, right? Well, you know, I thought I was going to be smart by saving what I thought would be the best for last, right? I think we all know we want to thank our family profusely and last. Well, I went through my speech that I had prepared. I went through all the thank yous. And I thought, wow, I got, you're rolling through your head. I thought I got through all this. Except I forgot then to thank the one I was going to thank last. So I have always learned from then on to thank what you would normally thank last first. So I do want to give a few thank yous tonight. So first I want to thank my wife, my son, my family, my mother, brothers for all their support over the years. I definitely didn't want to forget that tonight, so I definitely want to do that first. You all know how important it is to have a supportive family in order to do this. I also want to thank the public, frankly, for their support over all these years, their encouragement, their dedication, their involvement. I've loved those conversations and those interactions. I'm certainly going to miss those. I want to thank the county department heads and the staff and the employees for just their expertise and their dedication and commitment. It's just been extraordinary over all the years. I do want to give a particular shout out to the county clerk's office, to be honest. During the past 4 years, I can't tell you what they do behind the scenes. That list I just read off there, I asked them, hey, do you know any of this information? It sure would be wonderful to share this. And I got this incredible sheet that, frankly, you'd all love to have. There's just beautiful format, pulling up information and background of all the retiring and former supervisors. And that's just one example, but all they do in so many ways that you just don't see, it's just remarkable. So thank you. I certainly want to thank the Corporation Counsel's Office. Get so much guidance from the Corporation Counsel's Office in so many ways that folks just can't see, but always appreciated that, both our current one as well as our former. I want to thank our HR director and our now current finance director for all his counsel and advice with different issues and times. I did want to thank, even though I know I'm going to miss some people and that's not my intent, I did want to thank the health director, Doug Gearin. I've been on the health board pretty much the entire time that I've been with the county and been chair for the last 10 or 12 years, and his dedication is just outstanding. He's always there when you need information, thoughts, and his commitment to this county and the health of this county is truly extraordinary. So I did want to mention that. I want to thank our current executive, Damel. I also want to thank our former executive, Harris. They both have been very good to work with. Executive Damel and I text or talk quite regularly. So I'm going to miss those, actually. He's been very engaged and proactive about different things to make me aware of at different times, or bounce ideas off me, or got my thoughts over the past years, and that's certainly been appreciated as well. Obviously, I want to thank you all, the county board members, for your passion, your friendship, your dedication, your collegiality over all these 16 years or so. And of course, I know I'm missing people. But then again, you guys want me to be quiet here sometime soon. So please know that that's not my intent. I don't take any of it for granted. I really don't. I've really appreciated all that. And then I just wanted to leave with one thought. I actually was going through some papers recently, and I found the letter, but I'm not going to have it here, but I'm not going to find it right now. The letter I sent to all the county board supervisors when I first ran for county board chair. And some of you may remember what I said in that, because I wasn't running to unseat our former chair. I've respected and appreciated, frankly, learning from him and watching for him over the 12 years before that. It was nothing but why I have pursued anything, frankly. It's simply because I wanted an opportunity to do the job. But in the letter, I mentioned 3 words, actually, that I would use kind of as my goals serving as a chair of this board. And I'll be honest, 2 of them I didn't know would take on certain meetings for different groups over the years, not necessarily the meetings that I had for them when I provided them, to be honest. But what were they? They were transparency, they were inclusiveness, and they were unity. And I mentioned all 3 of those things for good reason. For transparency, to let people know what you think, what you want to do, and why you're going to do it. Inclusiveness, what I meant by that was inclusiveness of the board to let every voice be heard on this board as much as possible. And if you have ideas, then I put them on the agenda so that they could be considered. Inclusiveness to the public, to allow the voices of the public to speak. And so that's why you've seen over the years, we have had long meetings. And we've had long public comments up to 3 hours, as you all know. But that was what that inclusiveness was about, was to allow all those voices from this county board and from the public to be heard. And then the other one was unity. And what I meant really for that is that we all as a county board would be united as a group and come together with a common goal of moving the county forward and be unified in our approach and the process we take as to how to do that. Not that we all agree on every single issue or opinion, but we would agree on the process and we would come together and move forward together, irrespective of those differences. And so that was my goal of unifying and unity. So it was transparency, inclusiveness, and unity. And I guess I'll leave with this final thought. I'm not going to be here in a month, but I'd encourage those who still will be and those who are elected to keep those 3 words in mind. Because if you think about it, the democracy done right, at a minimum, has to include all 3 of those things. I guess that's my parting words and thoughts for you. And with that, I'll get off my soapbox and just thank you all again for all you, frankly, have given me over these 16 years. And with that, thank you. Very good. So we will move on to the next item, and that's the presentation for the State of Wisconsin ARPA Grant Award of $10.3 million, Neighborhood Investment Fund, improving housing stability in Winnebago County. For that, we have our executive, Daniel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Before I was county executive, I was a community leader looking to help our community to solve issues. I'm a firm believer that neighbors helping neighbors builds the fabric of a strong community quicker and more efficiently than government alone. That said, we will have the opportunity in the coming weeks to approve a grant which will significantly provide an infusion of needed capital to address homelessness. Traditionally, we think of homelessness as individuals who live on the streets, sleep on benches, or panhandle for money. In reality, homelessness is much more, and the risk of being unsheltered caused by substance abuse, poverty, domestic abuse, or other issues that are the root cause of homelessness can be alleviated with enhanced collaboration. Housing affects almost all aspects of life. Stable housing means that children are more likely to do well in school and live a better life. It means increased financial stability. It enables parents to keep a stable job and reduces the chronic stress that too often leads to poor health and family crisis. The issue of homelessness and housing instability is a bipartisan effort. Both Governor Walker and Governor Evers have tackled this issue head on. We are excited for the opportunity to move the needle on these issues. I am honored to stand before you today with key partners of our community and within the county to assist in this presentation. We ask that you think of this issue not as homelessness, but rather as housing instability. Homelessness is not entirely the guy you see on the street. Winnebago County has many gaps in our housing continuum. The Winnebago Land Housing Coalition issued their Homeless Continuum Report last July, discussing how to improve our continuum locally. The coalition brings together stakeholders from Fond du Lac, Green Lake, and Winnebago counties. Their report was supported by the Oshkosh Community Foundation with assistance from the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh and the Oshkosh-Winnebago County Housing Authority. The partners and stakeholders who comprise the coalition are listed on this slide. Again, the issues of homelessness and housing insecurity was proposed from the community. Based on the Federal Homelessness Emergency Assistance and Rapid Transition to Housing Act of 2009, interconnected agencies, which make up the WHC, developed a more defined continuum. The WHC has 7 categories of their continuum: prevention, outreach, intake and assessment, emergency sheltering, transitional housing, rapid rehousing, community and specialized housing, and permanent housing. As we wrote the grant, we looked for shovel-ready projects which fill the needs in several of these areas. Here is a visual of the local continuum from this coalition, with some definitions below. I know the slide is small and may be hard to see. However, I wanted to show you that this continuum, as visualized by the coalition, the purpose of the continuum and the grant is to meet people where they are and advance them along the continuum. This initiative did not come out of thin air. Frequently, as the county board, you receive reports and studies or plans. Then, due to scarce taxpayer and community resources, the reports are put on a shelf and not acted upon. This grant will allow for Winnebago County, through the state and ARPA, to invest in several of the actionable items that we discovered last summer. Specifically, we chose the day-by-day warming shelter and the Oshkosh Kids Foundation as recommendations 2 and 3 from the WHC report. Additional grantees were chosen based on their ability to have projects that fit the grant definition of shovel-ready. The county, through our homelessness, eviction, and loss prevention pilot, otherwise known as HELP, will be able to make more active a role in prevention and articulating the needs across the continuum. This slide revisualizes the continuum. We have a limited ability of housing in some very vulnerable segments within our county. With the rising cost of housing, failure to act will only result in a larger issue to address in the very near future. Based on a 2020 report from the United Way, nearly a quarter of our residents are asset-limited, income-constrained employed, otherwise known as ALICE. This speaks to the number of residents in our county who could be at risk for future housing insecurities. That's a lot. The WHC and ALICE studies are just 2 examples of several around the county pointing to housing as an issue. The Neighborhood Investment Fund is a grant administered by Wisconsin Department of Administration, made available through funds provided by the American Rescue Plan Act. The purpose of this grant is to provide local and tribal governments to help build long-term sustainable economic success. All projects approved in this grant were required to be shovel-ready, and eligible expenses are to occur before December 31st of 2024. When these projects are expected to be completed. The team at Public Health and Human Services had a very short timeline to pick a theme which would be competitive statewide and fill a need. There was an emphasis in the grant for shovel-ready projects and inside qualified census tract, which are the areas of the country that have the highest rates of poverty, which we have here in Winnebago County. Once the Continuum and WHC report was our theme, we targeted the projects that could be completed by the end of 2024. On Thursday, March 3rd, Governor Evers awarded and announced a Neighborhood Investment Fund grant for Winnebago County in the amount of just over $10.35 million. Now I would like to introduce some of the partners of this and give them the opportunity to give you a brief summary of who they are, what their mission is, and how their project will help accomplish these goals. We're going to start with the day-by-day warming shelter.
Wow, what an exciting time for Winnebago County, day-by-day warming shelter, and other great nonprofits. My name is Jason Havlick, and I have the honor of sitting on the day-by-day board, and I also lead our facilities work stream. First, on behalf of the day-by-day board, I want to thank the state of Wisconsin, Winnebago County, and the Winnebago County board members for this remarkable opportunity. The day-by-day warming shelter has been serving Oshkosh and Winnebago County for over 10 years. The shelter is dedicated to serving the most vulnerable population in our community, successfully providing them shelter, basic needs, programs, and services with a goal of self-sustainability. We've been a critical provider of services, keeping our homeless off the streets and moving them towards a better life. Each year, over 200 people use our shelter and resources. Out of these 200 users of the shelter, over 80% are Winnebago County residents. In the early years, the shelter was primarily focused towards simply providing shelter and a hot meal on the coldest months of the day. Today, in partnership with many local organizations, we provide daytime programming for our guests, primarily focused on life skills to help them achieve an independent lifestyle with the ability to care for themselves. These services include housing, employment, social connection, financial sustainability, and education, just to name a few. Day by Day serves an adult population, 18 years and older. We turn no one away except for due to space capacity issues. Offering services and support to those who are veterans, have been incarcerated, battle addiction, have been abused, or suffer from mental health. While continuing to provide these programs and services to an increasing homeless population, our current location no longer meets the needs of our increasing services we provide or the needs of our homeless population. During our most recent year, through February, Day by Day unfortunately has had to turn away 338 guests. In opening a new 13,000 square foot, one level, ADA compliant, energy efficient location, we'll be able to provide a shelter and services 365 days of the year with a 50 bed capacity, turning away fewer and fewer people. Further, the new shelter will increase the programs and services we offer, thereby reaching more people to achieve self-sufficiency. Our goal is to raise $4.5 million to secure this new location. With this grant to our capital campaign, Day by Day will be able to empower to help more people out of homelessness. Thank you again for your time and your consideration.
Oshkosh Kids Foundation.
Hi, good evening. I'm Julie Dumke, co-founder and executive director of Oshkosh Kids Foundation. I'm honored and humbled and very excited to be in front of you tonight. Oshkosh Kids Foundation was founded in 2019, and our mission is to help with crisis intervention for children and their families in the Oshkosh, Omro, and Winnebago. Since that time, since COVID began, we have helped to house 387 children struggling with homelessness. In addition, we help feed, get them transportation to school, provide basic needs, anything that they need to get to school to be successful. This project this grant is a blessing to us. We are in the process of, in April, of building a 32-unit tiny house village on the north side of Oshkosh to help host these homeless families. What makes this project different, it's not like a housing project, is that we will be providing services for the family. And this grant will allow us to build the community center that will provide and service these families. This will include employability skills, financial literacy, mental health services for families and kids, anything that they need to move the needle. This will be required programming, and the families will stay with us from any time from 6 months to 2 years. Right now, this last year, Oshkosh Kids Foundation provided $59,000 in motel stays alone. This is not sustainable. So this is to help, a solution for us to help move the needle and help end poverty for these families in our community. Thank you.
Solutions Recovery.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Fenrick. I'm the Executive Director for Solutions Recovery. I've been involved in the organization for about 5 years now. Solutions Recovery provides sober living services and a recovery community center for individuals struggling with mental health, co-occurring, or substance use disorders. We're located at 621 Evans Street in Oshkosh, tucked away in a residential neighborhood. A big thing of providing support that we do for individuals is meeting them where they are. We've taken our sober living, which is transitional living for people with substance use disorders, typically coming from treatment and going to the next step of their lives. We meet them where they are. We provide them a structured living environment, which focuses on employability, financial sustainability, and healthy relationships, learning how to live. A lot of people that come to us have traumatic pasts. We started offering sober living services for women in 2015, and since then we've grown from a 4-bed facility to 32 beds, spread across 5 homes, all in the Oshkosh area. We're excited about this grant, extremely excited, because it gives us an opportunity to become more sufficient as an organization. Sustainability is a big thing when it comes to a recovery community organization such as ours, because we rely heavily on grants and other donations to sustain the work that we do. And we're very excited about this opportunity because expanding the sober living opportunities and transitional living abilities for Solutions Recovery, and having those things paid for allows more income into the organization, as many of our programs are self-pay. So I want to thank you very much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
And Covey?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to be here tonight. I'm Pam Schutz. I'm the CEO of Covey. Covey celebrates nearly 70 years of providing innovative care and services for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities who live in our community. Throughout the years, we've offered care in community-based programs such as respite care, supported living, and community-based social and recreational programs. Our mission is to create opportunities for personal growth. One way in which we intend to do this, which is to be funded by this grant, is by addressing some identified housing gaps in Winnebago County that fall under the community specialized housing umbrella. Covey plans to construct or renovate 3 licensed adult family homes in Winnebago County. Each home will provide safe, affordable, and accessible housing for 4 unrelated adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who are also challenged with physical limitations. These homes and the support we will provide to those who live there will create long-term stable housing for 12 individuals who may not otherwise experience this. As our population ages, many of the individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who have been living at home with their parents will find themselves in a situation where they don't have appropriate housing. We have already purchased a property on 9th Avenue, and we are seeking bids for renovations of that property. We plan to build 2 more homes over the next 2 years, beginning construction in May of 2023 on the first home, hopefully in partnership with Fox Valley Technical College. We've been discussing this with their construction program. We plan for the homes to be in Oshkosh and the Neenah Menasha area. Being awarded these funds will allow us to redirect monies that we had originally earmarked for this project to better support the clients we serve and to better support the staff who serve our clients. Many of our staff are also very marginalized in terms of their housing options. Our emphasis on assisting our residents to be independent as possible will afford them greater opportunity to be contributing members of the community. With the right support, many of those we serve can become employed, become taxpayers, become valuable volunteers for other nonprofits, and be consumers of the goods and services that other businesses within the county offer. The project that we're proposing will also create 15 to 20 full and part-time jobs, which is a win for everyone. So on behalf of Covey and the people we serve, again, I'd really like to thank you for your consideration of this project and these funds.
All right, Habitat.
My name is Tom Simon. I'm the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity. We're in the permanent housing end of the spectrum. This grant is a godsend for us. Shovel ready, we have 2 homes needing to be completed. We have 6 families ready to build with us over the next 2 years. These are families generally in service level jobs, as John described. They have a job, they have some wealth, but they just can't get into that first house. It is our dream that graduates from some of these other programs will build with us in the future years. This grant will mean 8 more homeowners in Winnebago County. It will mean the ability to buy land for future habitat growth. And yes, we'll be more and more there. And thank you so much for this grant.
Winnebago County.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Bill Topol. I'm the Director for the Human Services Department, as many of you know. We're excited to be part of the prevention piece of this grant. We are going to create, for the first time, a pilot of a unique service which is going to provide assistance, support, ideas for people to hopefully prevent them from becoming homeless. So not only are we looking at services that those in the other parts of the grant are going to be working on who are currently homeless, we're going to focus our efforts on those that are not yet homeless and hope to make a significant dent in that area. And with me tonight is Beth Roberts. She's our long-term support manager in the Human Services Department. She will be directly responsible for our new program. I'm going to let you hear from her about what that program is.
Thank you. The HELP program, which is homelessness, eviction, and loss prevention, will aim to best coordinate the resources that are available and look at the need for additional resources that might help, legal aid, financial support, all the housing, jobs, transportation, all the things that lead to people becoming impoverished. It will seek to look at the community as a whole knowing about and understanding the resource center, and will also help people in need to access those resources. So I thank you for your consideration ahead of time for a very critical program to help people with housing stability and preventing them from becoming homeless.
Now, I wasn't supposed to recognize, but I do want to give a second to give a thanks to Lindsay Erickson and Ashley Ramla, who actually wrote the grant for this. So thank you very much. These projects, should you choose to accept the grant funding, will directly impact emergency shelter, transitional housing, and permanent housing, along with community and specialized housing. We rounded it off with the Resource Center, directly run by Winnebago County, to operate as a backflow prevention, keeping families and individuals from falling back into the housing instability, ensuring the progression to stable housing remains successful for these citizens well into the future. This is not about making a wider net. This is about creating partnerships to help people out of the net. This is about the ability to catch those that have traditionally fallen through the cracks. Today is the presentation of this grant, and the next steps would be as followed. The county board will need to meet and approve and accept this grant. The county will hire an LTE to assist in the grant deployment. The county staff will work with WHC and other stakeholders to define outcomes. County staff will work with legal counsel and our finance department to ensure proper spending. County staff will work with community organizations to ensure project success through meaningful collaboration. And so in conclusion, this funding and these partnerships will make a huge impact in our housing needs and will help strengthen our bridge to stability. The initiatives under this grant are a collaboration of government, nonprofit, and the private sector. This is government offering a piece of support to local community to move forward its own initiatives. When we support our communities, when we support our non-governmental organizations and find ways to work together. By approving and accepting these funds, you will be stabilizing housing and freeing up other local funds to be more available to our communities. We have a real chance to move the needle forward and help create a path to stability for those who are the most vulnerable in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Damel, and thank you all for being here this evening and providing the information in your efforts, certainly.
And if anybody has any questions, I know we want to keep this short, you can send them to my office, and I'd gladly send them off to any of these fine partners we have, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate it. Very good. So that concludes our presentation for this evening. So we'll move on to the next items, which are the zoning reports and ordinances. We have 3 of them this evening. The first one is report number 001, Team SNW LLC, Bradley A. Lynn, Town of Black Wolf. And for that, I'll call on Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I move for approval of report 001.
There's a motion and a second to approve report number 001. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. It's a mandatory ordinance number 030122, rezoning from B2, B3, R1, community business, regional business, rural residential to A2, B3, general agriculture / regional business for tax parcel numbers 004-0257 parent B, 004-0258, 004-0258-03, and 004-0258-02. I'll once call on Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I move for approval of mandatory ordinance 030122, and I have a comment.
There's a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 030122. We'll open it up for any discussion.
Chairman Ramos?
Please go ahead, Supervisor Keller.
This is a current campground, and with this new zoning as B3, the campground is still only allowed as a conditional use. So the owner and developer has indicated that he intends to keep the property as a lakeshore campground and only intends to improve it. Just want everybody to know that any changes that he makes will require an approval by Planning and Zoning Committee and the County Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Keller. So there was a motion and a second to approve mandatory ordinance number 030122. And no other discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Once again, I'll say that over again then, because my mic was off. There was a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 030122. Seeing no other discussion, and there was a motion and a second, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, that's a mandatory ordinance number 030222. Town of Winchester, on behalf of Winchester Area Historical Society, rezoning from A2/R1, General Agricultural District / Rural Residential District, to B2 Community Business District for tax parcel number 028-0681-01 and 028-0687-01. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for a mandatory ordinance number 030222.
There was a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 030222. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, the final item under zoning reports and ordinances. A mandatory ordinance number 030322, Town of Nepieskin, text amendments to the Town of Nepieskin Municipal Code. For that, I'll call on Vice Chair Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of mandatory ordinance 030322.
There was a motion and a second to approve a mandatory ordinance number 030322. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. That concludes our zoning reports and ordinances. So we'll move on to the next items, which are at the top of the second page. We'll start with the resolutions and ordinances. The first one is resolution number 268-01-2022, Approve diversity affairs bylaws and strategic plan. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the adoption of Resolution 268-012022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 268-01-2022. We'll open it up for discussion. First, I'll call on Vice Chair Egan. Please go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My little box here isn't working. I just have a question. The way we left it off last time, I believe you said that corporate counsel should be looking in to make sure that everything that was discussed, she looked over and made sure everything was written right the way it was supposed to be, and anyone that had questions, they were all supposed to be answered. Am I correct?
That's correct.
I was just wondering if that was done.
Would you like to give an update, Corporation Counsel? We have our Corporation Counsel, Mary Ann Miller.
Yes, if you all look in the packet, you should see a memo that is to the County Board of Supervisors from me, dated 3/7/22. I did look into this matter, and you will see that essentially my office made a mistake, sent the wrong packet for copying and posting by General Services and the county clerk for the March 1st, 2022 meeting. I take full responsibility for the mistake, and I apologize for the error. We had changed the process for packet submission for last month's county board meeting, and you know, there's a saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, unfortunately, changing the process caused some issues. We will be returning to the earlier process that had been in place for decades. In addition to making those changes, we are going to make other changes so that the possibility of this kind of error is significantly reduced in the future. Please note, and you will probably see as you're looking at the bylaws and the mission statement, Supervisor Fari's concerns regarding the chair's duties was addressed or is addressed. You should see that. You're welcome. And Supervisor Hins's, is that correct? Request to substitute the word greater with the word every in Article 2, Section 2 of the bylaws was addressed. Supervisor Stafford's suggestion to replace the word equity with the word equality in Article 2, Section 1 of the bylaws and the mission statement was not addressed. So that's what my research found, but again, we sent the wrong packet to be included, and again, I apologize for that.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Anything further, Vice Chair?
Not right now, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Egan. I see a number of call-ins. I do see one on Zoom. So first is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Shorsey on Zoom. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari. Anything?
As I stated before, I just wanted to thank the committee and Corp Counsel for addressing my concerns specific to the responsibilities of the chairman. Very well done, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next, I'll call on Zoom Supervisor Shorsey, followed by Supervisor Nussbaum. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, once again, am going to abstain from supporting moving this forward at this time. I guess my biggest concern is the lack of detail related to what kind of budget impacts these things are going to have and program details. In my opinion, the whole emphasis on education, I believe, is quite unnecessary, especially given the plethora of similar entities doing the same. And I think I mentioned it when you look at between the schools in our county and other entities, cities, towns, there are so many of these types of positions. I do think that as we move ahead, our role has to be much more thoughtful in terms of what's really going to result in real change. And in my opinion, I believe that is, first of all, looking at current policies related to the county and our practices that create barriers for fair treatment and success. So I think it's pretty nonspecific, and I personally, before we accept and then of course eventually commit budget dollars, would like to see a much more thoughtful plan. But I do appreciate the work of the commission and realize that many times it takes quite a bit of time to really get focused on the county's role. So that's my comment for today.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Nussbaum. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're all created equal. We're all called to love one another. Matthew 22, look it up. I believe this is just Marxist propaganda. It's CRT thinly veiled. I don't think we should be spending a single dime on this, and I think it should just go away. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Nussbaum. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the most part, I agree with most of everything in this strategic plan. I guess my concern is that we're going to be seeing a completely new board in the next month, and so I'm really reluctant in creating a whole nother committee with the possibility of having almost a completely new board by within less than 6 weeks. So I'd like to make that motion to table this resolution until the April next business meeting.
So there's a motion, and I think you mean to postpone to
Postpone.
the next business meeting. Now, just to clarify, the next business meeting, technically, if it's business, it would be April 26th. Is that what you mean?
26,
Supervisor?
correct. Yep.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. So his motion is to postpone to the April 26th meeting. That takes a second. Is there a second? Second. Okay, so there's a motion and a second to postpone to the April 27th business meeting. So that takes precedent. It is debatable. So now any further debate going forward will be in regards to the motion to postpone to April 26th solely until we resolve that motion. So anything further, Supervisor Defferting?
Nothing further.
Thank you. So next, I will call on Supervisor Binder, followed by Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
What we're voting on tonight is the strategic plan and the bylaws. The committee's been formed over a year ago, and it was approved by this county board. There's no changing the committee. That's not even on the agenda tonight. We have a committee. The committee came up with the bylaws and the strategic plan, and this county board has been working on this for the last 3 months, and the committee's been working on it for 9 months. If you don't want a diversity committee, then bring a resolution and take it back and say you don't want it. But people will be like they were in the 60s. We can say there's no problem, but people used to have to color had to ride in the back of the bus. They couldn't eat at the lunch counter. We have came a long ways. We have a long ways to go. You talk about treating people equal. It's real easy when you're basically white to basically see that you don't see the problems that they face every day. I myself personally didn't think that I ever was basically, but I can remember back when my daughter was applying for scholarships and people of color got them and didn't have as good a grade point average as she had. And in my opinion, maybe didn't work quite as hard as she did, but they didn't have the opportunity. I had the ability to help her pay for her college. They didn't. If they wouldn't have got that scholarship, they wouldn't have succeeded. She did. So I urge you to vote this down, pass these bylaws so we can move forward with this. We talked about equality and equity and, one word. I mean, it's time to move forward with this. We basically spent 3 months on this, and the new county board will know nothing. You're going to bring 20 new members in here, maybe, or 15, and they will have no history on this whatsoever. So now we have to bring them up to speed and start all over. I mean, we invited everybody on this county board to attend a steering committee to work on changing these bylaws. 1 or 2 supervisors attended the meeting and had some input. The rest of you never said a word, didn't attend the meeting, and tonight you come here and you want to complain about a word or two, or let's postpone this. It's time to move forward. We postponed it for 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bender. So we do have a number of call-ins. I do see you on Zoom, Supervisor Wingren, so I do have you in the queue, just so you're not wondering. So next, we have Supervisor Schellinger, followed by Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
I don't think we need to delay this. I think this has been on our agenda for several months. We've had lots of opportunity for the board, for the public to give their input, and frankly, we could use the exact same line of reasoning with much more authority to postpone every other item on this agenda, since a new board will be seated. The business of the county board doesn't stop just because there's an election, and this is something that frankly should have been able to be handled by the board 3 months ago. So I don't think we need to delay any longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Lenz, and then Supervisor Wingren. So please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in complete agreement with Supervisor Bender and Supervisor Schellinger said, because that's what I was going to say. This commission was created in, I believe, December of 2020. And since that time, we've been working on these bylaws and mission statement, bylaws and strategic plan. All through that time, anyone on this board, anyone in the public could have came to a meeting, could have contacted one of us and expressed their concern. Now they say a couple of things. They're the ones who I believe are dividing, because they're the ones who are dividing us, because they are bringing up these situations and these incidents from wherever, what's Eau Claire or this, there, and that, where it's not here. I stand behind the 5 other people on the commission, because they worked long and hard on this. We had much debate over this. And to skirt this to the next board is not right. Because like Supervisor Schellinger just said, let's do everything, the rest of this county board agenda, let's just pass it on to the next board.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Please, what's your point of order, Supervisor Eisen?
Point of order is we are in the session for sin die. You should not be able to carry anything over to the new assembly that will be elected here. So the motion to postpone to the next meeting is out of order. Ask the council.
We'll ask the Corporation Council if that's correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
I will wait until we get a ruling from the Corporation Council, and I pretty much said what I was going to say at this time for this matter, so I'll wait for that. And you can either wait for her, or you can wait, or you can go on to the next speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we have a number of people calling. We're going to give her some time, but we'll honor the individuals for the moment until we hear otherwise. So next speaker was Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Mr. Chairman, I would refer to Robert's Rules of Order, the 11th edition, to reference for the council, page 83. The term adjournment sin die. The close of a session of several meetings where the adjournment dissolves the assembly, as in a series of mass meetings or in an annual biannual convention, or as we're doing business.
We'll give her an opportunity to interpret that for us. She is the parliamentarian, so we'll give her an opportunity to interpret that. So we'll go to Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Wingren, until we get a response. So please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's two things I wanted to say. This has been brought up in the board multiple times. We've given suggestions, they've taken it back, and they've improved on it. If we didn't have any intention of them moving this forward, we should have called that out at that time and said, look, I'm just going to make some crap up, but I don't want you to move this forward anyways. But we didn't. We gave them suggestions to make it better, and that's what we're here for as a board. They went back, they made those improvements, or most of them, and they made it a better document. That's the one thing, we got to give them credit for that. And again, let's stop hiding behind things or kicking cans down the road. Second, we're about to conclude, and we should not be leaving things open for the next board. We've had time to discuss this, we've had time to research this, we've had time to talk amongst ourselves. So at this point, we should make a nice clean slate for the next board. Take a vote on this. If we're against it, we're against it. Call that out. Don't abstain. If you're for it, you're for it. Vote for it, and let's move it forward. We give the next board an opportunity to put whoever on these committees and these commissions, so they'll be able to bring their new perspectives. But let's give them a clean point where they don't have to start all over and do all this all over again. Let's finish the job that we've set out for these last 2 years and bring this to closure.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. We'll now turn it over to the Corporation Counsel for her interpretation of the motion.
I have looked at actually the Wisconsin County Officials Handbook along with Supervisor Eisen's reference to the adjournment sine die, or adjournment without a day, which in Robert's rules refers to the close of a session of several meetings. Now, that would suggest that this would be the last meeting of this board. However, if there were to be another special meeting, an argument could be made that this was not, in fact, the last meeting of this session. If there was not to be another meeting, let's say if there was a suggestion that they wanted to be a special meeting, then this would not apply. But adjourne sine die refers to the close of a session of several meetings where essentially the adjournment dissolves the assembly. So if in fact this is the last meeting, then I would agree that it would be inappropriate to push this off to the next session.
Very good. Well, then based on that, since we don't know that there would be another meeting, I would have to say that his point's in order, which would mean that the postponed April 26th would not be in order, based on what you're saying then. So thank you, Supervisor Eisen, for pointing that out. So Supervisor Defferting, based on that determination, that means the postponement to April 26th would not be in order. Sure. Clarification with it? Please, Supervisor Cox.
Mike? Sir, we'd have to remove the amendment in order to go back the way it was so we can vote on the resolution.
So to make sure everyone's clarified, we're debating a motion versus an amendment, okay? And his motion was to postpone to April 26th.
That's your amendment.
Business meeting. That's his motion. Not necessarily amending, but his motion. And given the determination is that it's not in order, since we do not know that we would have another meeting between now and the next term, therefore, it would be deemed not in order as a motion. So, which would mean we'd be back on the main motion, is basically where we're back to, okay? Still able to entertain any other amendment, still able to entertain any other motion. We're back on the main motion prior to us debating the postponement, all right? So I'm going to call in succession still those who are on. And we're back on the main motion debating the approval of the Diversity Affairs Bylaws and Strategic Plan. Very good. So next will be Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to everybody here, I think we know what we think. So I call the question.
Okay. There's a motion to call the question. It does require a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to call the previous question, so that is not debatable, which means we go to a vote to end debate, is essentially what we do. That's going to require a 2/3 vote, though, okay, just so everyone's aware. If that is approved, that means we end debate, we go right on a vote to the actual resolution. If it fails, we're back to debating the resolution. So given it's going to require a 2/3 vote to affirm calling the previous question, we're going to ask, well, actually, we can do our roll call now, correct? Very good. So we haven't done this for a while, except for the ones on Zoom. Or is that easy for you to do? Okay, very good. So what we are going to do is we are going to vote here in person. We're going to use that tally. The county clerk is going to add that to the votes to the individuals on Zoom, and we'll determine whether the 2/3 is being met. Does everyone understand what we're doing?
Is it open to vote?
So what you're going to be voting on now is to call the question, which means to end further discussion about the diversity affairs bylaws and strategic plan, in which case, if it was passed, then we would actually vote up or down it, whether you want to end debate or not. Okay? All right? So what we're going to do is for those in person, if you want to end debate, you're going to say yes. If you don't want to end debate and you want to continue discussing it, you're going to say no. Once we get that tally, the county clerk's going to add that to those from Zoom.
Yes.
You can vote.
Recording in progress.
Yes.
Supervisor Borchert?
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren?
Aye.
Supervisor Lautenschlager? Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
And Supervisor Finch?
Again.
Supervisor Finch?
Aye.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right, I gotta do this.
Do that gas, try on. Try on gas and see if it works. Well, it will, but that's usually Eugene. Off.
So, 20, I added them in, so they're all in here.
Okay, so
28 to 5.
28 to 5, so that is more than 2/3, so that motion carries, which means we're ending debate on it, and we're going directly to a vote on it.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me?
Parliamentary inquiry?
Please.
My question to the Corporation Council, if this passes as is, can, I believe the next board could change the bylaws or the, at any time, and then the next board meeting in a month? And if they could, what would it do to take it? I just want to be transparent, so everyone knows that. Jen, you understand my question?
No, No, can you say it again?
My question is, let's say these do pass as is right now. Can a future board, a next board, change these bylaws or the strategic plan in any way, shape, or form? And if they can, how do they do it?
These bylaws and the mission statement, based on what this board had decided back in December 2020, was that the mission statement and bylaws had to be essentially approved by the county board, okay? So that it would be illegal if we were to just set it aside, because the requirement when the commission was established was that the diversity affairs was mandated to have these bylaws and the strategic plan adopted by the county board, okay? If you have a new session and there is a supervisor who brings up concerns regarding this commission, it can be brought before the board. The question is, will the new board agree to that or not? Does that answer your question?
Not totally.
Okay.
I mean, let's say the new board wants to take it up. What would it take to change it? A majority or two-thirds? That's one question I haven't heard.
Okay.
Answer.
It is a majority regarding that.
Thank you. No,
Okay.
Thank you Supervisor Norton, and thank you Corporation Counsel for that explanation. Okay, very good. So, just so everyone's clear, we're now on a vote of the actual main motion to approve the diversity affairs bylaws and strategic plan. So if you're in favor of it, you're going to vote aye. If you're opposed, you're going to vote nay. The way we're going to do this is we're going to do the roll call again, and then we're going to ask the county clerk to confirm the ayes and the nays on Zoom and add them together. So if you are in favor, you're going to vote aye, and if you're opposed, you're going to vote nay.
According to approve what the committee did, so we approve the committee's work.
And so everyone's clear, it requires a simple majority for passage. Very good. And the vote? Very good. Please go ahead.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Abstain.
Supervisor Wingren?
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Aye.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
Supervisor Finch?
Aye.
Okay, 28, 4, and 1.
So that motion carries 28 in favor, 4 opposed, and 1 abstention. So we'll move on then down to the next resolution. That's resolution number 284-03, 2022. Commendation for Kay Ruttinger. For that, I will call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for Resolution 284-03, 2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 284-03, 2022. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Kay spent her 21 years in finance with a small team who was like family. She was hardworking, reliable, willing to take on extra work to help out her coworkers, and was a great asset in our finance department. She loved decorating our office for all the holidays, filling our stockings with goodies at Christmas time, putting up snowflakes when it snowed, and bringing in delicious baked goods sometimes just because. She was a warm and caring coworker, and she will be truly missed. Kay will enjoy her retirement years by reading, relaxing, taking occasional naps, doing puzzles, and an occasional trip to the casino.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 284-03, 2022. Open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. Resolution number 285-03, 2022. Commendation for Judy Fenrich. For that, I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for Resolution 285-03, 2022.
Second. There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 285-03, 2022. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Judy retired on February 22nd, 2022, after nearly 30 years of dedicated service to Winnebago County and the Health Department. She was known for her strong work ethic and passion to serve. For much of her career, Judy worked as a personal care worker, serving clients who were homebound and with challenging needs. Her role transitioned to public health aid, where she assisted in all public health program areas. Judy is a true public health champion and was recognized by the AIDS Resource Center of Wisconsin in 2019 with a leadership award for her work in the fight against HIV and hepatitis C through the Clean Needle Exchange program. Most recently, her support in the COVID-19 response was invaluable, including working on weekends and delivering meals to National Guard staff working the evening vaccine clinics. Judy's compassion for our clients and community will long be remembered.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 285-03, 2022, commendation for Judy Fenrich. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. We're now down to the next item, resolution number 286-03, 2022. Commendation for Joan Jaworski. I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for Resolution 286-03, 2022.
Second. Motion and a second to approve resolution number 286-03, 2022. Please go ahead.
Joan was employed by Winnebago County Human Services for 20 years. She started working in economic support and then transferred to be an elderly benefits specialist when the ADRC started in 2010. She always had a positive outlook and attitude, no matter how tough the situation. She was known for having a very calm demeanor and influenced customers and coworkers with her supportive style. Joan touched many lives and will be missed by all.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 286-03, 2022, commendation for Joan Jaworski. Open up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, that's resolution number 287-03, 2022. Authorize the transfer of $293,200 from the Winnebago County undesignated fund balance to the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department to remodel 45 jail cells to reduce the spread of infectious disease among inmates, including but not limited to COVID-19, tuberculosis, and influenza. For that, I'll call on Zoom Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 287, authorize a transfer of $293,000 from the county undesignated fund balance to the Sheriff's Department to remodel 45 jail cells to reduce the spread of infectious disease among inmates.
There was a motion. There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 287-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. First, we'll call on Supervisor Cox, followed by Supervisor Defferty. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
Chairman Ramos, I take a look at the resolution for 293-200, and then I look back at the transfer for that budget item, and it's $294,000. There's a difference of $800 in there, and I don't understand that.
We have the sheriff in the back, so I'll give an opportunity to look at that and see if he can clarify that for you. Sheriff Motz, when you have an opportunity. Please go ahead, Sheriff Motz.
The 293-200 is the correct amount. We put a small contingency fund on the total. That's an $800 difference, I understand. It's not going to change the project at all.
So what you're clarifying, though, is the resolution itself is accurate.
There's a contingency fund on there. If this was a misprint, the 293.2 is fine in the resolution. The $800 is not going to make much of a difference because we have a small contingency fund. We just spoke to the vendor that's providing it yesterday, as a matter of fact, and confirmed the cost. So I don't anticipate any overruns or the need to use the contingency. So it's fine the way it's written.
Very good. So bottom line is the resolution that we're considering has a number that is consistent. But thanks for the clarification nonetheless, Supervisor Cox.
You don't need an amendment there?
No, because the actual resolution language itself is acceptable. And that's technically what you're adopting, is an actual resolution language.
It's actually smaller.
Very good. So we'll open it up. Next will be Supervisor Defferning. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very much in favor of this. I think that I know that initially when COVID did arrive to the Winnebago County Jail, I did voice my concerns about how it could be a liability for the county. But I commend the sheriff for taking leadership here and making sure that this doesn't become a liability for the county. So I'm heavily in favor of it, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferning. Next speaker is Supervisor Buck, followed by Supervisor Gabbert. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the sheriff. It looks like we only had one bidder on this. Can this go back out for rebid now that this came in $293,000 over budget? I mean, is that something, it's a done deal, it's this contractor, we can't do anything else or go back out for bid on that?
Well, it didn't come in over our estimates. They were the only one that bid. That is correct. They are a company that was recently used by the Resource Center for the state of Wisconsin, so they're very aware of what they're doing and they're very skilled in what they're doing. Trying to find people to provide services in any construction business is difficult. So this didn't come in over budget. The $148,000 grant was just the start of the initial project.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck, and thanks for that clarification. Supervisor Sheriff Motz, I believe there was one other call-in after that, but I don't see the light on anymore. Supervisor Gabbert, please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbert.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Two questions. One is for Sheriff Motz, and maybe one is just a statement to Mike, our finance director. Sheriff Motz, can these cells be used for that reason, but can they also be used for that you could put inmates in these cells even though they are designated for?
Yes, it does not change the use of the cell. It just reduces or eliminates the particulate that is spread by the inmate.
Okay. And then my other comment is, Mike, I'm hoping we can use the ARPA funds. So let's keep that in mind, that maybe this would be sufficient. We could use those ARPA funds that we have in the future. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbert, and thanks for that clarification, Sheriff Motz. I do not see, are there any call-ins from Zoom, any County Board Supervisor? I don't see any lights. Very good. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 287-03-2022. We'll do a voice vote on that. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to the next item. It's resolution number 288-03-2022. Amend the table of organization for the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department to add one patrol deputy position dedicated to the town of Clayton and approve the 5.5-year contracted police services agreement between Winnebago County and the town of Clayton. I'll once again call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 288, amended table of organization for the County Sheriff's Department to add one patrol deputy position dedicated to the town of Clayton, and approve the 5.5-year contracted police services agreement between the county and the town of Clayton.
Second.
Very good. So there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 288-03-2022. I'll call on Supervisor Cox, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Cox.
No, that guy's back. That was my second.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Supervisor Fari, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, I think we're all aware that the town of Clayton did have their own law enforcement officer. And it's my understanding in the past that you were reluctant to enter into these agreements with towns. If that is factual and the case, what we're doing here is just fine, but it does kind of open Pandora's box a little bit. For instance, if another town approaches this county with the same request, then I assume we would be honoring that request.
Yes, as long as we can staff the position and,
Sources, resources.
So it's kind of a new policy, a new way we're going to go here to supply law enforcement to these unincorporated municipalities.
well, we're still supplying services to the unincorporated areas regardless of whether they contract or not. This is just an additional position that they would have the ability to not only enforce town ordinances, state laws, but, or I'm sorry, county ordinance and state laws, but also town ordinances, which we do not do at this.
Basically, they can enforce town ordinance.
Yes,
So,
correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, does Clayton have other police, or is 40 hours all they're going to have, and so nights and weekends are not covered? What?
It is the only law enforcement that they will contract with is the 40 hours. They set the hours. We've talked about it. They will do a lot of ordinance enforcement. They'll do some speed enforcement. I mean, all the things that we may not be able to do in normal patrol because we have, 5 deputies working the entire county. It's difficult to provide a specific service to a township like that.
But this would be this is their only law
Yes.
enforcement, 40 hours a week.
Other than the normal law enforcement that is provided by the sheriff's office. Every township, every unincorporated area has a law enforcement, that's the sheriff's office. This is just addition to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Any questions on Zoom?
He's got such patience.
Very good. I see no other call-ins, so we will go to a vote. So we're voting on resolution number 288-03-2022. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving down to the next resolution. It's the last resolution on the second page. It's resolution number 289-03-2022. Authorize the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Winnebago County Deputies Association, Wisconsin's Professional Police Association, which will offer accelerated benefits and a lateral transfer policy. I'll once again call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 289, just as you read it so wonderfully.
Second.
There's a motion second to approve resolution number 289-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Anything further, Supervisor Wingren?
We've heard a lot of facts, good facts, the last couple of months. This resolution basically works very hard to retain and attract good staff. That's what it is.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. I see a couple of call-ins, so first I'll call on Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do, and will vote for this, but I guess I'm compelled to ask this, that my Human Services meeting last Monday, I asked our administrative division director, do you have a problem with this, within hiring people for the Human Services Department, when it comes to the transfer of benefits and that, and She says yes, and I guess if we all went to each one of our departments and our committees, they'd probably would say the same thing. And since I can't amend this to have this include every department, I respectfully ask the county executive, Mike Colliard, and the personnel finance department to look at including every single department, because I think every single department has this problem. When it gets to this point, that the lateral transfer of benefits, it's a big problem, big concern. I know it's in Human Services. I bet you if I asked my health board meeting, it'll be Friday. So I'm going to support this, but I respectfully ask that they look into that and maybe come back to us with some answers quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Next speaker is Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
I didn't support this at Personnel and Finance. I just don't think it's justified to do that. We got RNs that basically would love to have a lateral transfer policy. We got hospitals offering them $15,000, $25,000 for a sign-in bonus. What are we going to do next month when they come to us and tell us, you know, we can't get any RNs, we need a $15,000 or $25,000 sign-on bonus? Where does this next county board get the money from? You know, this person comes in, could be 3 weeks vacation, that's $7,200. He's not coming in at the standard rate of pay as 29 something. He could be coming in at 34. That's $5 an hour. You take that times 2,080 hours, that's another $10,000. So this deputy's gonna cost us basically out of the gate maybe $17,000 more than a new recruit. And if we don't get new recruits, we don't fix the problem. We're just gonna take a deputy from Outagamie County, Fond du Lac took 2 from us, and create another big problem. We need new recruits is what we need. If you want to offer them a sign-in bonus of $5,000 if they stick with us, half when they get hired, half when they complete a year, I'm all for it. But taking a deputy from another area to solve our problem it's not a solution for nothing. All we're going to do is pay that deputy more, and then that county's going to have to basically pay more than us. And if we need 110 deputies, there's only 100 in the area, it doesn't fix the problem. We need to get new recruits. We have to go out, and if we have to have sign-in bonuses, we have to give them a sign-in bonus. But what are we going to do when they come with the RNs? I mean, the hospitals are all giving big sign-on bonuses, so that's going to be the next thing. You know, we gave the $3 an hour pay increases. That didn't solve our problem. Now we're going to do this. That probably isn't going to solve our problem. And then we're going to come back with the bonuses down the line. I think it's, you know, we have no money for the custodians. We say we got to wait for the job study. This is the union contract that was negotiated. We already basically amended it once, and now we're going to amend it again. I think it's time to basically let the chips fall where they may, and we got to find some new recruits.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Any other discussion? Anyone on Zoom? I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually was going to vote for this, but Mr. Binder, you have raised some issues that I didn't think of. So what you're saying is we're going to offer more for an officer in this county, a better deal, and that's probably going to deplete the officers from surrounding counties because they don't have the same deal.
Correct.
Creating an unfair disadvantage for this county.
Fond du Lac County took 2 from us because they have a lateral transfer policy. They pay about 30 cents more an hour than we do, and they have a lateral transfer policy. So they took 2 of our deputies. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have the lateral transfer policy and pay the benefits. So let's say you work for the Sheriff's Department for 3 years. This guy could come in that has got 15 years. He's going to have more vacation than you and more senior, or not, you know, more pay than you. How is that going to make you feel? He doesn't know our policies and procedures.
Supervisor Binder, I was giving you an opportunity to answer this question, but I want to avoid you debating, because Supervisor.
Well, I
Fari
don't
has
ask
the
for a
floor.
debate, but I did ask for his further comments.
Certainly. I just didn't want it to go too far into a debate on his.
Okay, certainly. Do you know of this lateral transfer policy? Does Outagamie County have it?
Let me give the
Or
sheriff
Sherritt?
an opportunity to answer that
Or
question.
Sherritt County? Certainly. So in your opinion, our competitor here is Fond du Lac County? Okay.
Can I answer that, or you want the sheriff to answer it?
Please, Sheriff Motz, I can see he's back there with some answers and
Right.
evaluation. Please
Yeah,
go ahead,
there are very few agencies that do not offer lateral transfer policies. This is just what's happening with our workforce, trying to get new people. I'd love to have new people. They're not applying. I have 7 open positions. I had 6 applicants, 2 didn't show up, 2 didn't pass, and we hired 2, but 1 was an internal booking clerk, so I really ended up with a +1. That's for 7 positions. I really only had 5 people. We are doing everything that we can recruiting-wise to get new people. Now, when we hire people that have experience, we can also shorten their field training time because they have that experience, so there is some savings. So it's saying that it's going to cost us additional money, it does up front. Yes, I will admit that, but we're also stabilizing the force that we have, we're reducing the overtime, and we're reducing the amount of people that are leaving because they're being forced into overtime. So it's not just easy to say that it doesn't stop and we're just going to be competing and asking for more money. I'm asking to draw and attract those people that have experience that want to come to us. Does that mean that they're going to leave other counties? Yes, they've left our county. But it is the workforce that we're living in, and we don't respond, we're going to lose more people, not just the vacant positions that I have now.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you. Sheriff, you said most agencies have a lateral transfer policy.
Yes.
I believe it was just demonstrated Outagamie County does not.
I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that most do. We did lose a deputy to Outagamie County Patrol. I don't know if I assume he did, but I can't speak to, I did not research every agency that has it. I will tell you that many do, not all, but many do.
Okay, so I guess the big thing for me is I wouldn't want to get this county into an unfair advantage over other counties with deputies. We don't want to get into that big parameter war thing where we got officers leaving one county and pretty soon you start escalating that. Where does that end, right? Sure. So I guess I'll take you on your word. Certainly, you're basically saying that you want this to equalize the transfer policies that are generally the norm.
Yes, that's correct.
Even though there might be 1 or 2 exceptions to that, they are generally the norm.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. We have a number of other speakers, so next I will go to Supervisor Brunn, followed by Supervisor Shorsey on Zoom, and then Supervisor Albrecht. So please go ahead, Supervisor Brunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former police administrator and HR personnel, I would say that this is absolutely essential to the Sheriff's Department. The process of hiring a police officer has been like this forever. Smaller departments, rural Winnebago, often will have an officer and they'll do the job for 2 years and they'll be looking to get on a bigger department that pays more, with more opportunities. As far as lateral, the sheriff's got a great point about training. The training process costs a lot, and a lot of times the new recruits, they don't make it. So when you get someone that already has done the job and they can move to another department, it is a total good thing. And you're not going to get in a bidding war with anybody. It's if they see opportunities that will look good, that's when you get new people, you get good people. And I know myself, we've had a few officers from other departments, and they worked out fine. We didn't get in a war with anybody, with another department. The old style in Menasha was we would hire town of Menasha officers because they were getting paid less, there was less opportunity. Then, as the township grew and became eventually Fox Crossing, we lost officers to them, not as officers, but because the town was looking for supervisors. So it goes back and forth, and companies do this all the time. You know, they aren't going to pay someone with experience that does a good job what a person just out of college gets. It's kind of a ridiculous way to do business. So I think we should get with the personnel practices that are in step with what is going on out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brunn. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Shorsey on Zoom, followed by Supervisor Albrecht. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just another couple of comments, and I fully support this move. And it does provide us with an opportunity, because it does, you're correct, for those of you who realize it may present a challenge to a broader policy. But in my opinion, that it gives us an opportunity to kind of pilot the idea and see what impact it has. I also think it begins to set a healthy competition, because if you're a well-managed department that is offering competitive pay and incentives, I think we're going to attract and keep better people, or good people. So I don't see it as something, defending our position by keeping the ability for people to move about to do what's best for them in their lives is a bad thing. So several reasons for going ahead and giving this a chance to show us, and then looking at it from a broader policy issue on the county, for county employees.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsley.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Supervisor Albrecht, followed by Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Albrecht.
I will support this. The sheriff isn't asking for too much. He knows exactly what he needs. We don't know what he needs, and he's not asking for much to try to make his department better.
Thank you, Supervisor Albrecht. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my second comment.
Correct. For each of you.
I want to emphasize a little bit and elaborate on Supervisor Norton's comments, I believe, in regard to equal fairness and application of what we do in this county. And I think he's absolutely correct. This transfer policy needs to be looked at more uniformly, perhaps through all of the departments within the county. I mean, we all have issues with our departments and the employees within them and getting help to come in. So I think I would suggest that to the county executive that perhaps that should be broadened out a little bit to see how we can make this a little more equal throughout our departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Before I go to Supervisor Binder, I'm going to give our Human Resources Director, Director Collard, an opportunity to provide some information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to let the board know that there probably is a lot more of that already happening than you realize. The current compensation policy does allow the HR director to approve higher than the minimum when a new person is hired. And this is something that the HR department considers every week, often several times a week. So we look carefully at what the new hire employee past experience has been. We take that into account in setting the wage. However, there's often tension between that and between the current wages offered or being paid to existing employees. So we look at that. Sometimes we do offer a new employee a higher wage than existing employees because it's substantially greater experience. But we are careful to give that new hire less credit for experience outside than we're giving current employees credit inside. Now, that happens quite a bit. There are some occasions where we say we have too many people hired at this starting rate. It's going to cause problems in the department to jump people over them. Then we are more careful about the salary offers and don't give a higher rate based on experience, at least not without very good reason to. So there are some times where that's an issue, and there have been some times where we've come to the board or to the Personnel and Finance Committee and asked for some pay adjustments to existing staff to accommodate those kind of pay offers. So that does happen. And the compensation policy allows it currently, but not for deputies. So this situation in the sheriff's office deals with employees whose compensation is governed by a union contract. So up until now, we have not had any discretion. Someone could come in with 20 years experience at the best department in the country. We have to, by union contract, pay them the starting rate. and give them the, the starting vacation. So this would allow some of that same flexibility, frankly, that we are already applying in other departments to at least a great extent.
Thank you for the information, Director Collard. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Binder, followed by Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
Question for Mr. Collier. Do we have any hourly employees in this county that have a ladder transfer policy as of now? I believe if you're an RN at Parkview or you're working at Human Services, they don't have a lateral transfer policy. We don't offer that to any employees on an hourly basis. Management, basically, they can get vacation, they can start. Do you start most RNs at the medium pay scale, or do they get any seniority for vacation? Have you ever done that? And do we have a policy?
The policy right now for most employees is within the discretion of the HR director. We do actually have a specific policy in place at Parkview for RNs and LPNs. You may recall, or some of you may recall, last summer, some special pay adjustments were given to RNs and LPNs at Parkview, and it was specifically to allow for this policy, which is actually very similar to the one proposed by the sheriff here.
But do we have a lateral transfer policy for an RN?
Yes.
So if one would come from Theta Clark and have 15 years, you'll give them 3 weeks vacation?
We'll probably give them 7 years experience credit, because we generally take half of the outside experience to make sure we're valuing internal experience more greatly, but that's the same thing that's before you with the sheriff's contract. On vacation, I don't remember specifically if the RNs get more vacation or not. We do that with supervisors and management employees. So for hourly staff, we don't as often do that. I don't honestly remember if we do it for RNs, but we definitely do it for the pay.
All I'm saying is, like, now the DA's office is coming in, they got 2 officers there, they want the $3 more an hour. It's a spiraling effect, and the next county board's gonna have to balance this budget. You know, half of us may not be here, and what we're doing is putting them under a big debt load, because every time we turn around, we got money going here for the DA, for 2 police officers. You know, I don't know where we get the money from next year. You know, citizens don't get $3 an hour raises and lateral transfer policies. We got custodians that are making $14, $22 an hour. We're not doing nothing for them. I asked if the wage study would be done by the time the next budget comes. They don't think it's going to be. So we're not going to adjust their pay again. I think it's time to put a stop to all this, and we got to make do with what we have. And, you know, there's no money tree, so I don't know where it comes from.
Thank you, Supervisor Binder. Next speaker is Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Director Collard. You just stated that the contract with the Police Association doesn't allow you to pay, you know, any more. So, you know, my understanding would be that those contracts set the floor, not the ceiling, but you're telling me different, that you can't pay somebody if they're over scale or over what's in the contract, and the Police Association would come back and say, nope, you can't pay that guy anymore. You can only pay him what's exactly in that line. You can't pay him anymore.
That's correct. It is both the ceiling and a floor. We cannot pay more. And in fact, in the past, this issue has come up a number of times in negotiations, and the union has always said no. They don't want to consider that. In fact, when we had the $3 an hour pay adjustment for deputies, I also tried to negotiate a lateral transfer policy with the union at that time, and they agreed to the $3 an hour, but they did not agree to this then. Since it's been, you know, sweetened a little bit maybe, but they've decided that they are in agreement, so we can go ahead.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck, and thank you, Director Collard. I see no other call-ins, but based on the discussion, I think we should do a roll call. So just so we have an accurate vote. So what we are voting on is resolution number 289-03-2022, authorize the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Winnebago County Deputies Association / Wisconsin Professional Police Association, which will offer accelerated benefits and a lateral transfer policy. If you are in favor of that resolution, you're going to vote aye. If you're opposed, you're going to vote nay. So all those in person, go ahead and use a roll call vote, and then we will add to that those who are on Zoom. And just so everyone is aware, it will require a 2/3 majority. Supervisor Gabbard, I believe we need you to vote.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren?
Yes.
Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Yes.
Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
Supervisor Finch?
Definitely yes.
I think this is.
Okay. 32-1.
That motion passes 32-1. So that is approved. So we'll move then to the next resolution, which is the top of the third page. So it's resolution number 290-03, 2022. Adopt revisions to Winnebago County Human Resources Policy Manual to adjust the public safety dispatcher total holidays from 11 days to 13 days. I'll once again call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 290, adopt revisions to the County Resources Policy Manual to adjust the public safety dispatcher total holidays from 11 days to 13 days.
There was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 290-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, it's resolution number 291-03, 2022. Authorize the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office to accept a donation from the Badger State Sheriff's Association of drone equipment to include training for Winnebago County Sheriff's staff. I once again call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of Resolution 291. Authorize the County Sheriff's Office to accept a donation from the Badger State Sheriff's Association
And again.
with drone equipment to include training for the county sheriff's staff. I would go on and speak about this, but I don't want to drone on and on.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. There was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 291-03, 2022. We'll open it up for discussion. I see one. First, I'll call on Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead.
This is more, could we, after this, I be recognized to entertain a motion to take a cake/restroom break? Thank you.
Very good. Please, we'll finish this. Sheriff Motz, did you have any comment in regards to this?
This is an anonymous donor that offered up a large sum of money to the sheriff's offices in the state. It was for specific type equipment, and we do not have any drones at this time, but this will also include the training and the license that goes with the drones.
Thank you, Sheriff Motz. So I do see one other call. I'll call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Motz, these are only for taking pictures. They're not armed in any way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Seeing no other, I'll call on Supervisor Hins. Please go ahead, Supervisor Hins.
Thank you. Sheriff Motz, after these 7 people are trained, is it going to fall upon the county then for training and licensing after that? And then what approximately are we looking at as those fees?
I believe it's $140 to renew the license every 2 years. And yes, it would then fall on our budget to do the renewal.
And approximately what would the training, I mean, is it a class they have to take? And if so, I mean, what would we be looking at in the future, just so we have an idea?
Well, the drone team will train periodically, and they'll get a lot of, well, they'll get some use, obviously, in practical use, which will be part of their training. I really can't give you an estimate. I don't know the number of hours that we will train every year, but also the use of the drones on a regular basis is part of their training as well.
Anything further, Supervisor Hintz?
No.
Thank you, Supervisor Hintz. Thanks for the clarification, Sheriff Motz. So seeing no other call-ins, there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 29103-2022. We'll do a voice vote on this. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Supervisor Norton asked for a break for restroom as well as for refreshments. If there's no objection, we'll take a 10. Excuse me? Well, very good. So then, do you want to make a motion to recess for 10 minutes? Okay. So there's a motion to recess for 10 minutes by Supervisor Norton, and there's a second. Okay? Very good. So that is not debatable. So we'll first try a voice vote. If it's not clear, we'll go on a roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I guess we'll have to do a roll call vote on a recess. All right, very good. So if you want to recess for 10 minutes, on your iPad, you click aye. If you don't want to recess for 10 minutes, you say nay, and then we'll add that. But we did have someone who did want to, and we do have a motion, so we'll honor the motion. Karen, we need you to vote. I think we know what the vote will be, though. Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Supervisor Conrad, it looks like you need to vote, or it didn't register when you voted. And then Supervisor Binder, we need you to vote. You might have, but it didn't register. And then Supervisor Norton. I did? Please.
Supervisor Borchert?
Aye.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Aye.
Supervisor Wingren?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to vote, since I can do this thing anytime I want to.
Was that an aye?
Aye for an aye, sure.
Thank you. Supervisor Lautenschlager?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, okay. All right. Supervisor Zelmer? Was it a thumbs up? Or Supervisor Zelmer? I know. All right, I can't hear him. Supervisor, no?
Hold on. Yeah, no.
No, okay. Supervisor Finch?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
24-8.
That motion carries, so we are in recess for 10 minutes. If we could come back at 9:10. 9:10.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand.
I certainly do. If we can all reconvene, please, and take your seats.
Does he get to take the gavel home with him when he retires?
Very good. All right, very good. So where we left off was at the bottom of the third page, of the second page, excuse me. No, I apologize. We left off on completing resolution 291-03-2022. So we're on resolution number 292-03-2022. Authorize amendment to the inmate telephone services agreement between Winnebago County and Inmate Calling Solutions, LLC. To introduce that, I will call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of this resolution number 292.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 292-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. It's resolution number 293-03-2022. Authorize the Winnebago County District Attorney's Office to accept a Department of Justice grant in the amount of $897,863 and approve the transfer of $297,214 from various accounts as described in the attached budget transfer form. I'll once again call on Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of resolution 293 as presented.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve resolution number 293-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. It's resolution number 294-03-2022. Approval of a budget transfer in the amount of $69,412 for the UWO Fox Cities Child Care Center Addition project due to project overruns. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of resolution 294.
So motion and a second to approve resolution number 294-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
With one nay, that carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. It's the final resolution on the third page. It's resolution number 295-03-022. 022. Approval of a budget transfer in the amount of $19,580 for a feasibility study addressing design of necessary system improvements in the Science Wing edition of UWO Fox Cities. I'll once again call on Supervisor Keller.
Resolution 29503, 2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 295-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. I'll call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be sure that this time when those hoods are installed, they'll be checked and they'll know that they actually work instead of being deficient for 20-some years?
I do believe Dr. Martin Rudd is on. Please go ahead, Dr. Rudd.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. And Joanne Reif, Executive Director of Facilities, is also here as well. So to answer the supervisor's question, this is a feasibility study to look at what the issue is so that when the fume hoods are installed, the new fume hoods are installed in a later project, that we can be sure that any of the design work is done fully correctly this time.
Thank you. And I do see Joanne Reif in the back. Anything further you want to add?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Powers. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a note, I have raised concerns again with the fiscal impact wording. I'll continue to raise that concern. These resolutions should either state we're going to take the money from a fund balance, or we're going to bond for it requiring a 3/4 vote. I continue to object to that wording. So just a point of record. Thank you.
Director Collard, do you want to provide some context?
Well, certainly. My understanding of the reason for that wording is that we decide at a later time in the year whether it will be funded through bonding. The reason we decide that at a later time is that we have our fund balance policy, and we often find ourselves with, for instance, an undesignated general fund balance that's in excess of the range set out in our policy. So then the policy directs us to devise a plan to bring the fund balance back within the target range that the county board has established for that fund. So we look at it with a group of other projects and decide how much of the total capital plan would be funded through reductions of fund balance to bring the funds within the appropriate range, with the remainder to be borrowed, and that's the same time we decide how much to borrow.
Let me explain and I appreciate your thoughts on that, but that should be at the discretion of the board, whether we're going to take money from the undesignated fund balance per resolution. And the other issue, and perhaps the greater issue, is resolutions that require a 3/4 vote should be done individually. The way we're doing it is we come along later on in the fall and we put them all together and say, okay, we want the board to approve bonding for $4.5 million. That is a collective bonding. We have not been given the option to vote independently on that bonding. So it's very hard to vote against the collective bonding as opposed to individual bonding. So once again, I state my concerns. I don't really feel this is a proper way to do it.
And just to clarify, technically the board has the latitude, and the now therefore be it resolved is saying that the board is giving the latitude for those two options. So if the board ever wanted to change that, they could change the language in the be it further resolved from 20 to 22. So by the way it's worded in this resolution, you are giving the latitude of those
yes, that's why. So it makes it very difficult. I support the resolution, but I do not support the process. Just so that it's quite clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Thank you, Director Collard. Oh, I see a couple more call-ins. So first I'll call on Supervisor Schellinger, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am compelled by the words of Supervisor Fari. And so I will make a motion to amend the resolution on line 21 to say capital project, then delete be advanced from general undesignated fund or or B. And so the line will read, capital project reimbursed from a subsequent bond issue, which would then make the requirement for passage 3/4.
I will second.
I'll second all.
Yep, so there's a motion and a second to approve the amendment on line 21 to remove the words "be advanced from the general undesignated fund or." Okay, so that's what we're debating now, the amendment to remove that language on line 21, which essentially would mean it would be by a subsequent bond issue. Okay, so that's what we're debating now, the amendment to remove that language. Director Collard, do you want to provide some context?
Well, I'm concerned because of the low amount in this particular project. I mean, the proposed language would commit us to borrowing, to a bond issue, but we don't have, the appropriate resolution ready for a bond issue, and to commit the county to a bond issue of $9,790, the issuance costs would be greater than that if that's all. If it turned out we didn't need to do any borrowing, we would still, under that language, need to borrow the $9,000, and that just wouldn't be a practical venture. So if you were going to specify, I would suggest that on this amount, since it's just the feasibility study, you might consider specifying that it would be advanced from the general fund and eliminating the bonding requirement, because I don't know practically how I would bond for that amount.
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my second and offer amendment.
Yeah.
To amend the amendment.
First, are you okay?
Yeah,
with it?
that's
Wait,
great. Let's switch it to the,
Please go ahead. No, he's withdrawing, so please go ahead.
Is he making the amendment?
does not matter to me who makes the amendment, but I'm certainly amenable to having it as the 2/3 advance from the undesignated fund.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my second, but I think, I would hope the point is being made, because I certainly will raise these issues in the future. Thank you.
So very good. So just so everyone's on the same page, since you both withdrew it, and I'm honoring your request for that motion, so your motion then, to clarify, would be on line 21 to be removing the language or being reimbursed from subsequent bond issue if the project is funded with a bond issue?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I want to make sure everyone's on the same page and what the debate is actually going to be on now. So it's on line 21, it would actually keep the language "be advanced from the general undesignated fund," and it would be removing the words "or be reimbursed from a subsequent bond issue if the project is funded with a bond issue." So that's what we're debating going forward until we resolve this amendment now, okay? Because I honored his amendment. So we have a number of call-ins, so I'll call on Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was exactly what I was going to suggest, that we're taking the wrong thing out, so I'm good with this.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen, followed by Supervisor Gordon, and then we have Supervisor Shorsey on Zoom. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with this small amount that this isn't a big deal here, but I don't want to repeat everything Mike Collard said, but he's absolutely right. In the policy, this is a policy that the Personnel and Finance Committee came to a lot of our meetings. The Finance Department put a lot of work into this to have that number correct, and we don't know at this point, like he said, like Mike said, to come back and debate every one of these on that when you don't even know what the fund balance is going to be at budget time and at borrowing time, it doesn't make any sense. This was a policy that was put in place. It's a really good way to do it, and even talking to our financial advisors for bonding, it just made sense to do it this way. Whether it's 3/4 or 2/3 or whatever, we're approving the projects, the funding of it and how it's paid for. You please pay attention, or let the Finance Committee have some say on that and have some recommendations on that, because a lot of thought gets put into this stuff. And I'm not going to be here after this month, but I would hate to see this board have to debate this item on every one of these that comes up, because there's a lot of things in that CIP book, And some will get approved, some won't get approved. We don't know that. Nobody knows that at this point. So that's why this policy is in place the way it is. So I suggest you vote no on this and put it back the way it was. It worked very well last year, and it'll work very well this year to leave it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Shorsey on Zoom, followed by Supervisor Gordon. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey. Supervisor Shorsey, I believe we need to have your mic unmuted.
Sorry about that. I would just add to Supervisor Rasmussen's comments that keep in mind, and I know that we have to be, our memories need to be refreshed on what we have decided in the past. But the whole issue of what is bonded, what is paid out of general funds is a very strategic process that we have established and we just had a policy change within the last year about that. So it's not something that would be appropriate for the board to decide on each individual project, because there are a lot of factors that go into the decision about what you pay out of general fund and what is bonded. And it includes our debt levels, the returns on investments, all sorts of things. So I would say leave it alone, because we are in a position where we're doing it very well. And so I would ask you to forget about making changes at this time.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Gordon. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gordon.
I was just going to say, make an amendment to the amendment. If we're amending line 21 and 22, we should also amend line 24 by removing either, and then the verbiage after the dollar amount as well.
And to stay consistent, if we can just have that as a friendly amendment, because it's consistent with what the motion is. It's just making the language consistent in regards to the fiscal impact. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger, since it was a motion second between you and Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
I just want to ask if we need to do that, because my understanding would be that if we pass the amendment and pass the resolution, nothing would stop the finance director down the road from saying, actually, we want to reimburse this with a bond fund or a bond issue if that was deemed to keep us in the appropriate limits. So my suggestion, or my question, I guess, would be, if we leave lines 24 and 25, to me it gives a nod that bonding option is still available. Should there be a difference?
I'll ask Director Collard to clarify. Please go ahead, Director Collard.
Well, first of all, in one respect, I would say that it's not strictly necessary to amend the fiscal note, because the fiscal note is for informational purposes, to give the board that information. It's what I put on the resolution as finance director or acting finance director. That said, it can help avoid confusion if it's inconsistent with the language. But the more important point I want to make is that if the be it resolved clause does not include the possibility of bonding, then we may not later bond for it. I've had a discussion with the auditor about 3 weeks ago about that. He said, make sure you keep putting that language in there, because otherwise bond counsel, when it comes time to do the bonding, will have a very strenuous objection, and will find it difficult to get the bonding approved.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Collard.
The amendment is fine.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. So just so we're clear, the amendment is to remove on line 21, or be reimbursed from the subsequent bond issue if the project is funded with the bond issue. And because of that, on line 24, it would really to be consistent, it's just a friendly amendment to remove either, as well as anything after $19,580. Okay, so that is what we're debating at the moment. So next, I will call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Yes, my question relates to the committee vote of 3-1. Perhaps I should wait until after the amendment is addressed.
Please, yes. We can finish the amendment, and then after that, we will ask the individual from Personnel and Finance who voted nay. Very good. So next is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might respond, based on all the discussion and comments, as was stated, this policy was put into effect apparently about a year ago. I believe that was stated. And it might have been done by a committee, but I don't recall this board approving that policy. So that, if we're going to take that step, it needs to be done by the board. Now, in regard to the bonding agency, I'm in my 20th year on this board, and all of a sudden I'm hearing, well, the people that do the bonding don't like the way we've been doing the language. Well, we've been doing it for 18, 19 years with no problem, and all of a sudden we got an issue. I think this needs to be discussed a lot further. So I go back to, you cannot and we should not undermine the responsibility and the authorities of the supervisors of the board. The resolution should say where the money's coming from to support it, or it should say we're going to bond for it, requiring a 3/4 vote. That is state law and very important. What this does, if it isn't going to be changed, it gives that discretion to the administration. So we're losing it, they're gaining it. And they're simply saying, well, it fits better at the end of the year to balance the budget out. Maybe that's obviously probably quite true, but it still takes that authority and responsibility away from us. Do not give it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand Supervisor Fari correctly, voting on this to come from the general undesignated fund takes 2/3 of the membership to vote on it. However, if it's going to come from a bond issue, it needs 3/4. It seems to me if we're going to try to wiggle the bond issue under this 2/3 vote, it would seem to me that it would make sense that if we add that clause to everything, that automatically bumps it up to 3/4 because you're putting in that possibility of needing a bond issue. And 3/4 vote certainly covers your 2/3, but if you're gonna wiggle in an extra possibility, we ought to go with that amount that needs to be with that percentage that we need to have to vote for it in favor. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. I'll give Director Collard an opportunity to provide some context.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did just want to remind the board that before the bonding can be approved, we can't go out to bonding on the basis of, a list of CIP resolutions. We have to have two separate resolutions to authorize the bonding. One to authorize, the bidding process for a bond, to purchase to sell the bonds, and a second resolution then to accept the bids and actually issue the bonds. And those are prepared very carefully and do require the 3/4 vote. So the board does have that control by a 3/4 vote before any bonding can exist, even with our current practice, which I think has been in place several years now, 3 or 4 years rather than one, if I recall. But we can certainly look up and get that information to the board. But there still does need to be a 3/4 vote, and I think probably 2 3/4 votes before any actual bonding takes place. And then, of course, full information would be before the board about the purposes of the bond and what it would be used for.
Thank you, Director Collard. Anything further, Supervisor Powers?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Powers. So just so everyone is on the same page, what we're actually on is a vote on an amendment to remove on line 21 or being reimbursed from a subsequent bond issue if the project is funded with a bond issue, as well as under the fiscal impact in line 24 to remove the word either, remove all the verbiage after 19,580. So that is the amendment that we're voting on now. We'll attempt to do a voice vote, but I suspect we're going to end up going to a roll call, but we will try. If you are in favor of making that language change, you're going to say aye when I call the ayes. If you don't, and you want to leave it the way it is, you're going to say nay. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay.
Nay.
We're going to a roll call vote. So very good. So we're going to go to a roll call vote. All the individuals in person in the room, if you want to approve the amended language, you're going to vote aye on your iPad, and the county clerk will then call the roll for those in Zoom and add those together. It's an amendment, so it requires a simple majority.
Take me off of absent.
Supervisor Borchert?
Nay.
Supervisor Shorsey?
Nay.
Supervisor Wingren?
No.
Supervisor Lautenschlager? Supervisor Lautenschlager? Okay. Supervisor Zelmer?
Aye.
Supervisor Finch? Supervisor Finch?
If you could do.
Aye.
Aye, okay. And Supervisor Lautenschlager? Is he there? Okay, I'll take him off the tally. Okay. That is 14 to 18.
So it's 14 to 18. It needed a simple majority to pass, so it fails. So we're back to the original resolution with the language as originally presented. Any further discussion on the resolution then? Okay, we're gonna, oh, please, yes, you had a question, Supervisor Eisen, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were going to determine who the person on the Personnel and Finance Committee who opposed this?
You are correct.
Can we find out the reasoning?
Absolutely, you are correct, Supervisor Eisen. So the individual who voted against it in Committee on Personnel and Finance, would they be able to or willing to state? Please, Supervisor Binder.
Originally, when the project came in, it was in for the feasibility study, and it included the hood ductwork. There's a chance that the ducts coming to the hoods may need to be replaced. Outagamie County funded the feasibility study and the replacement of the hoods. I wanted to complete it as presented, and maybe would have to come back because the ductwork might add some cost to that. The committee wanted to do the feasibility study, and I just thought it was going to prolong the project because now they're going to do the feasibility study, and then they're going to have to come back. If it's the hoods is all we really needed, we could have went forward with the project and we could have got it done in a timely manner. Now they're going to have to come back to the Personnel and Finance, ask for the money for the hoods, and then we can basically come back to the county board. So we're going to delay this project probably 2 to 3, maybe 4 months, who knows, you know. And with a little luck, we have it done by the next semester, you know, when September comes. These kids been using these, only one student can work on these because the fumes are too great, you know, it's not safe. And we've been doing this for years. I just wanted to pass it as a complete project, and if we didn't need the ductwork, that would have been great. It would have went out for bids, it would have got done. Now we're gonna have to come back and it'll take several more months.
Thank you for that explanation, Supervisor Binder. Anything further, Supervisor Eisen?
Well, I guess that satisfies. It doesn't change the scenario that we're voting on.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Okay, so we're back on the original motion. So originally there was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 295-03-2022. I don't see any other call-ins, so we'll attempt to do a voice vote. If there's no clarity, we'll go to a roll call. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to the next item. So at the top of the fourth page, it's resolution number 296-03-2022. Approved ground lease between Volatus Infrastructure LLC and Winnebago County. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I move for approval of resolution number 296-03-2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 296-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, it's resolution number 297-03-2022. Authorize an access and maintenance easement to Wisconsin Public Service Corporation for the purposes of providing upgraded electrical service to the Sunnyview Exposition Center. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Konecki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for the approval of resolution 297-03-2022.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 297-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, it's resolution number 298-03-2022. Approve budget transfers for miscellaneous and unclassified accounts. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
298-03-2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 298-03-2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on to the next resolution. It's resolution number 299-03-2022, establishing salaries for elected officials of Winnebago County. For that, I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 299-03-2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 299-03-2022. We'll open it up for discussion. I see a couple call-ins. So first I'll call on Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I have these come before me every 4 years or so, I always look for fairness and equality as far as the compensation for county employees. Now, obviously, the sheriff is not an employee, he's a constitutional officer, he's elected. However, discussion has been brought forward before, and I'll pose this question to the finance director about a wage study, because my understanding is the average increase for county employees was about 2.5%. Is that correct?
For 2022, the average increase was just a little over 3% for most county employees.
Okay, so that I would be quoting 2021 then, correct?
2021, it was about 2.3%.
Okay, so then I assume that the position of this county in the future, going forward, would be about 3%. Would that be an accurate statement? Which would make this parallel, that's my point here, with what everybody else is getting compensated. I'm looking for that equality here.
Not knowing the future, it's a reasonable projection.
Oh, very good, sir, very good, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
I guess my question would pretty much answer the questions that Supervisor Fari had. I guess my question was, what is the average worker getting? And I'll agree with the $2,000 one-time salary increase, and I think the sheriff, who's a department head, should always get more paid than his deputy, which is, I think, has been an issue in these offices. So I guess that's my big concern. If we give any of these officers, elected officials, a 3%, I would hope that we are giving the same to the average day worker. I think that's only fair. And you say we can do that in the next 4 years. Pretty sure that we could do that.
Sure, probably isn't something I'd like to say with respect to wages in, 2027, just because we don't really know. So we have to look at a combination of things to do a fair projection. And one of the big things we look at is we have a kind of standard list of the 6 or 8 counties that are closest to us in size, and we look at what they're paying their officers just to make sure we don't get out of line. And we do an adjustment, and that's the basis for that $2,000 adjustment. With respect to most employees in the county, our compensation increases are primarily merit-based. We cannot consider merit when setting the compensation for elected officials because the compensation has to be determined before we even know who the elected official will be, because we don't know the outcome of the election. We can't change it based on merit. So it's difficult to make sure that we're right in line, but we can also look at the past, what it's been in the past. The average increases for employees in the past 4 years have been a little less than that 3%. But on the other hand, any reasonable projection would probably assume that they'll be a little higher in the upcoming 4 years.
So you would project that next year, when we have to do the clerk of courts, the treasurer, the county clerk, and register of deeds, they'll get 3%, and did they get 3% 2 years ago?
This does include the clerk of courts in this resolution,
okay,
so it's the other 3, and it's 2 years ago, and it would come up next in 2 years, so I can certainly tell you what
It's going to be consistent.
what it was last time for those 3 officers. For those 3 officers, for the current term,
It goes about 2.5.
I have a spreadsheet, if you just bear with me one moment. Yeah, they got a lump sum. The first year they got 4.62%, but then 2% each year after that. So that was still a time when inflation was low, and wage rates were looking a little lower. So we did a 2% after doing the adjustment to make them approximately equal to our standard group of similar counties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton, and thanks for that clarification, Director Collard. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Eisen, followed by Supervisor Binder, and then Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take the opportunity to commend the Human Resources Director for his diligent research in comparing the internal and external comparables. That is with other counties, sheriffs, and officer, and internally, what the major department heads receive in salary. And with that commendation, I call for the question.
All right, there's a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to call the question. It's not debatable. We need a 2/3 majority to call the question. And that would then end debate, and then we would be going to direct vote on the resolution. Okay? Everyone understand? So we're going to attempt to do a voice vote first. If it's not clear, we're going to a roll call. But this is just to whether or not you end debate and then go to vote the resolution. All right? If you want to end debate and go to start the vote of the resolution, you say aye. If you do not, you'd say nay. So all those in favor of calling the question say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. With one nay vote, that motion carries. So the question is called, which means we're going directly to the vote. Okay, so just so everyone's clear, it's resolution number 29903-2022. So now this vote requires a simple majority. Okay, so we're going to attempt to do a voice vote. When I call the vote, if you're in favor of the salary adjustments for the sheriff and clerk of courts as outlined, you're going to say aye. If you're not in favor of that over those 4 years, you're going to say nay. So all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. And with one nay vote, that motion carries. So we're moving on then to the next item. We got 3 more items this evening. So the next one is resolution number 300-03, 2022, approving contract with Clifton Larson Allen LLP for auditing services. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution number 300-03, 2022.
So motion and a second to approve resolution number 300-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll then do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, that's resolution number 301-03, 2022, approving budget transfers for the treasurer's office. I'll once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
For resolution number 301-03, 2022.
Motion and a second to approve resolution number 301-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That motion carries. We're on to the final resolution this evening. That's resolution number 302-03, 2022. Support production of the next generation delivery vehicle for the United States Postal Service in Oshkosh. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of resolution number 302-03, 2022.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution number 302-03, 2022. We'll open it up for any discussion.
Can I give some context
Please go
on
ahead,
this?
Supervisor Buck.
So, I guess I just want to start with something that we probably all agree on in this room is our Wisconsin work ethic. You know, I think if some of us have traveled outside the state, maybe outside the country, a lot of times when you hear, hey, you're from Wisconsin, you're immediately hired, something that we should all be proud of here, not just in Winnebago County, but in the Fox Valley and Wisconsin in general. So the city of Oshkosh passed this resolution a few weeks ago, and I thought to myself, you know, I want to be a person that looks in a windshield, not the rear view mirror. And these opportunities to keep these careers here in Winnebago County, I can't stop thinking about my kids, the grandkids, your grandkids, and several folks in the community, and looking back and saying, you know, we had an opportunity in this county to talk about this, to ask and to bring this to people's attention that we want to keep these careers here in Winnebago County. Now, just a little story here. You know, much like, you know, any other community, you know, when you have a company and you have workers that are being paid a living wage, that spurs so much economic growth. My wife grew up in a small town in Illinois. They had a nuclear power plant there. They had the best schools in the area. They had the best library. They had all that stuff because of that good employer in the area. So, you know, with that, I think it was back in 2009, you know, Mercury Marine had the same kind of questions, same sentiment. We're going to move down to Stillwater, Oklahoma. At the time, a lot of debate and discussion around that. Well, fast forward to 2022, every time you go down past Mercury Marine, they're adding on, their starting wage is very high, and, you know, I think we could all agree that we're glad that Mercury Marine stayed in our area as well. And one final thing I'll bring up is I anticipate we're going to hear this. You know, why should we do this? Why does the government need to be involved? The county shouldn't be involved in this. I just point to a couple different things that we've already done in the last few years, including the $5.5 million general aviation facility. You know, we've supported that. We supported the rezoning of the new headquarters. and many different things, paving the roads, and so the government has been involved time and time again with this company, and we should really look in the next generation that we want our kids and our grandkids to have the same opportunities that many of us have had in this room. Not all of us went to college, not all of us are going to go to college, but we can all agree, we just had a presentation by the county executive in this homeless shelter. Having a good career solves a lot of issues in society, and that's something that we should keep in mind, and I urge you all to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck. I see a number of other call-ins. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Conrad, followed by Supervisor Defferting, and then Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Supervisor Buck's comments, and I agree from the standpoint, we're here to represent Winnebago County. If there's an opportunity for us to have any jobs in Winnebago County, I think that it's in our best interest that we do what we can, not necessarily controlling any private business, but keeping it at their forefront, that they understand the great employees and great people we have. Having said that, I've got a few amendments I'd like to make, since this is a Winnebago County Board and not a City of Oshkosh issue. I would like to change on line 4, strike the word Oshkosh and replace it with Winnebago County, and then also add comma, when possible, so that it matches line 32, where similar language is used. Line 13, after the word Oshkosh, I'd like to put in a comma and add the word Winnebago County. And then on line 23, strike the word Oshkosh and insert Winnebago County. Also on that same line, in between the words including in public, strike the word a, and then at the end, add an S to make systems plural. So that's a lot, I apologize, but I think it's important that this is a county issue and not just an Oshkosh issue.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to amend language, and I'll restate it again. So in line 4, after the word in, you would strike Oshkosh and replace with Winnebago County when possible. Then on line 13, after Oshkosh, you'd put a comma and add Winnebago County. Then on line 23, after the whereas, you would strike Oshkosh and replace with Winnebago County. And on the same line 23, you would remove the word a before public and add the word s at the end of the word systems to make it systems. So that is our motion. And there was a second, so that's what we're debating further at this time. I see there are a number of other call-ins, so I will first call on Supervisor Defferting, followed by Supervisor Shorsey, specifically on the amendment language. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support this because this actually does involve Winnebago County. I am on the Planning and Zoning Committee, and one of the things that was on our docket over the last year is that we had to check out a place where they were storing all the military vehicles that Oshkosh Defense was making. And so we had to, these were vehicles that they were making and they were not being used. So they had to store them somewhere. And so it was stored outside of the city of Oshkosh, and then it came upon the jurisdiction of Winnebago County. So, these were miles upon miles of military vehicles that were being built. And to be quite honest, I'd much rather have Oshkosh Defense make vehicles that deliver the mail rather than deliver weapons. And these will be things that will actually be used rather than just sitting there collecting dust in some lot in Winnebago County. So I support this.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. Seeing no other call-ins, our next vote would be specifically on that amendment language to simply change that language in the resolution. Then after that, depending on what the vote is, we'd be back on the main motion as it was or as amended. So our vote is If you're in favor of changing the amendment language as we outlined, when I call the vote, you're going to say aye. If you do not want to change the amendment language and you want to leave it as in the current resolution, you'd say no. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. That motion carries. So now we are back to the main motion with that amended language as we outlined. Any other discussion on the main motion as now amended? I'll first call on, I believe it was Supervisor Shorsey was in the queue, and then Supervisor Lenz. So please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was interesting to see this, and I know that there's a community effort afoot to, try to influence Oshkosh Corporation. But I have to say, when I saw this, I thought, well, it's again one of those feel-good things. And I fully support, doing whatever we can to have those jobs stay in Oshkosh. But I think that the people who brought the resolution forward should really be prepared to work with other entities and to provide tangible incentive to encourage the jobs to remain in Oshkosh. I suspect this is a corporate financial thing, and I would hope that the city, the county, all of the key players, the chamber, get together and have some talks with Oshkosh Corporation about what it would take. And I think that if we as the county are going to support this type of effort, that we should be ready to put some money on the table if that's what is required, as opposed to just going through an exercise of trying to influence based on public opinion. I don't think it'll be successful. And although I'd love it to be successful, I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm going to abstain for that reason, because I think we need something, again, with some meat and to deal with that so we can actually accomplish something worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz, followed by Supervisor Hinz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I agree with Supervisor Shorsey. This is a feel-good thing. We want businesses to feel good about doing business in Winnebago County. It's also a community thing, so sticking with the idea of most important first, we do need to let our community businesses, and more importantly, our community workers know that we support them, and we want to see these jobs here. Getting into the weeds a little bit, if we can convince Oshkosh Defense that it is good to do business in Winnebago County, and they spend the time and effort tooling the machines and setting up the factories to produce these new postal vehicles, it's very likely that when new contracts come in, they will be producing those in Winnebago County here in Oshkosh, because they're not going to want to tool up a new factory. It's very expensive. I think we need to support however we can, whether it's fiscally or just by letting them know that we support them being here. We need to support these types of actions because they are going to have long-term effects when those businesses need to make the decision, okay, for the next contract, do we continue making them here, or do we spend money to build something somewhere else? So this is good for today. This is going to be good for the future, and we need to support these companies.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. Next speaker is Supervisor Hinz, followed by Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Hinz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I looked at the agenda and first looked at this, I kind of rolled my eyes and I was like, the government shouldn't be telling private businesses what to do. Then I read it. And the big thing with me is it said in this, the be it further resolved, it encourages Oshkosh Truck. We're not telling them, we're not ordering them. We're encouraging them. And that's a big deal with me because, like I said, the government doesn't have any job trying to tell people how to run their businesses. And short of, going through the process like we did with, and I know very intensely about the process with the headquarters because I was on the City Plan Commission at the time. And it was very heated, and we went back and forth with all of that, with almost losing their corporate headquarters, which we found out with Kimberly Clark doesn't exactly bode well for the community. They're trying to do, they're doing whatever they're doing. I'm not going to question their motives. This is one thing we can do, short of trying to, like other people were saying, trying to do financial, benefits for, maybe we can, but I'm not going to start suggesting those either. As this is written, I will be supporting this, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Hinz. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton, followed by Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Supervisor Buck, who brought this forward. Do you think, and I support this totally, do you think there's any advantage, since this is a federal issue, that we send this resolution, if it passes, to our federal legislatures, Senator Johnson, Senator Baldwin, and Representative Grothman?
Supervisor Norton, I'm not entirely sure about that. I know that there has been, obviously, like I said, it's a federal contract, but I don't know how much jurisdiction that they have, like Supervisor Hint said, over a private company. I'm sure they can make suggestions, and I'm sure they want it made here as well. But as far as having jurisdiction over private business, I don't think so.
And my second to last question is, when the city manager has a report on TV, and when he talked about this resolution that went before the city council, or not city council, he said that they reached out to Oshkosh Corporation and they said they needed land, and the city didn't have land. And I guess my question, I don't want to put the county secretary on the spot, but did Oshkosh Corp contact him at all and see how the county could help? And that's, he can answer me now, or I don't want to put him on the spot, you can answer me later, but that's one question I've had the last few weeks.
Executive Damo?
I mean, absolutely. I've been working behind the scenes on this because this is something we wanted to land in Oshkosh. And I wanted to make sure that our economic corporations were doing everything that they could. And I do know that GoEDC and the Chamber have looked at many sites within Oshkosh and within the region, within Wisconsin. We're still hopeful and working on it. And there are a lot of challenges to this. We want these jobs here. We want to make sure that we are building these here for the future. I think there's a lot, there's a lot of vehicles like this that we can make, and I think we have the workforce capable of doing it. Now the question is going to be, if we have to bring another 1,000 people in, where do they live? I mean, houses are going on the market for 3 hours, 4 hours, and they're sold. So if this does land here, and I would love nothing more than these to be built here, we're going to have a lot more work to do. So absolutely, I've encouraged GoEDC and all the economic drivers to do everything they can to land this here and to look for land. And I think we could absolutely try to look for other locations. And I'm not really sure about the contract or the bid. I want to make sure that we're able to hit the qualifications of this so we can actually build these in time. What I don't want is for us to go back up for bid and then we potentially lose it completely. So I think everything in this resolution that we're doing to encourage them to do everything they can to build it here, I support that. And I want to make sure that we have all of our economic drivers behind this, including the Fox Cities chambers. As you all know, I've said this before, that Winnebago County is 3 counties in one. And we have 5 economic development corporations in one county. Now the entire northern half is represented by one, the Fox Cities Chamber. So I think all those economic companies want nothing more to land it here, and we would put everything that we could on the table. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that the contract itself still ends within Oshkosh Corporation. That we make sure that we are developing that company to be the best it can be so that further contracts can be landed with these people. Is that satisfied?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Executive Damo, and thank you, Supervisor Norton. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers, followed by Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I'm remembering correctly, but at the time that Oshkosh Truck or Oshkosh Corp or Oshkosh Defense, whatever they were going by at the time, needed additional property and they got the golf course handed to them, I think that would be one way of encouraging them. When they needed extra space, we turned over a golf course so they had something to build on. So I think that we've made a commitment to Oshkosh Corp, and they should keep the trucks, the mail trucks built here. That's what would be my encouragement to them.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, followed by Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. We have plenty of land out at the airport. Between the city and county, we have acreage out there for them. Where else would you go build some postal trucks close to our post office? So I know Trish at Go EDC is aware of that, so that's another thought to put in the process. We have land for sale out there and they can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Call the question, please.
Well, you are the final say, so I don't think we even have to vote on it, but point well taken, Supervisor Rasmussen. So there are no other call-ins, so we'll go directly to a vote, all right? So if you are in favor of the resolution with the amended language, when I call the vote, you're going to say aye. If you're opposed, you're going to say nay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. So that concludes our business for this evening. So just a couple of housekeeping things. First of all, for those supervisors who it's their last meeting, you can take your name placard. So just so you make you aware of that, because it wouldn't be utilized in another way. So please feel free to take it home. Also, again, thank you to you all for all you've done, for those retiring, and for all those who I've worked with over the years.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Finch?
I just want to say thank you to the county board. I've had a beautiful 30 years working with you people. And the nice thing about it is the majority of the people worked for Winnebago County, not just our little municipality. But when you get as many people as we got that worked for Winnebago County, I think that was great. So therefore, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. And just two other things. For those who it's their last meeting, iPads, just as a reminder to turn those in. And just clarification, the next meeting is April 19th. Would be in person only here. If there was a time-sensitive issue between now and then, because it is 5 weeks out, we would do only a virtual meeting for that issue only, but only if it's considered time-sensitive and could not wait till the next one. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn by Supervisor Albrecht. Supervisor Albrecht?
Second.
There's a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.